now I'm streaming. All right, and this looks actually. I made an entirely new stream layout for this. Chances are, as
Ooh,
we build some art, as Blake inevitably draws all of them, as he has promised us that he will be drawing every
I didn't
character,
promise that.
uh, we will be seeing potentially characters on the screen. But for right now, it's just your
I'll try.
Discord things.
Midwest first, and then maybe I'll draw 'em.
Fair enough. No, they do have to be done before Midwest.
Okay. If I got
So
tomorrow.
you'd have to do them tomorrow. Yeah. As a reminder, we have. I'm the keeper, so I'm the DM of this game. I've had a lot of time to prepare a lot of things, and it's probably not enough, but we will make sure that we're working with what we got. Uh, I cannot railroad you, but this is also a collaborative storytelling thing. So if you're uh, try not to make your character be like, "No, I don't want to do that. I'm gonna go home and play video games." As I think actually all three of your characters are built to play video games, which is kind of an interesting
Are
concept.
we?
Uh,
Ooh.
I've asked each of you individual questions, and the only one who it might be up in the air for is Sam's character, Neil Butts. Do you guys actually want to take a moment here and introduce your characters?
Oh, shoot. Yeah.
Let's start with you, Blake.
I am Corey Casper. I am the spooky. Should I read the description of what the spooky is?
Yeah, just mention whatever you feel is a good introduction for your character. It
I
doesn't
can
need to be
do
super
things
professional.
that normal people can't, but there's a price. I haven't paid it in full yet, but the bill's gonna. That's probably not who I am. I'm just a fucking girl that moved to Alaska with their parents that has no job. I'm like, I think, what is my age? I don't remember what I put my age as.
You put it
Did I
as
tell you my
19.
age? 19. And it totally sucks. I'm trying to be a TikTok star, and it's not working out. I get one viewer on Twitch every day. Uh, and I might have powers.
Ooh. All right. Kenny, how about your character?
Avery Strom is a what you'd call a flake. This person is if you've ever thought of suspicious minds. That's me. Everything is connected, but I'm the only one who can see it because I'm paranoid enough to do it. Uh, I'm a 24-year-old guy who's out running away from my past. My parents have been monster hunting, conspiracy theorizing. In the deepest, darkest parts of the world that you'd never want to be for as long as I can remember, and I sadly can't get away from the things that they taught me. So this is my attempt at maybe escaping that silly little cycle that they made out for me.
Very nice. And finally, Sam, your character.
So my character's name is Cornelius Andreevich Butts. Um, so in terms of what the rest of the characters need to know about me, um, I currently live with a caretaker who isn't my parent. Um, both my parents are very successful in their fields, but I had to relocate um, just to try and help get through high school, just because they're both having to do stuff around the world. Um, but yeah, most people that maybe know me around the area just know me as kind of like the loner guy that lives in the deep purple house with his caretaker and has a tutor. My grades aren't really the best. They're enough to get me through to the next year, but they're nothing impressive. But I did get some A's in art and music, and I was pretty proud of that. Um, but I'm just not really a very um, interesting person. Not really many things interest me, so um, maybe that'll change.
Perhaps. All right. Before we get fully started here in the campaign, as a reminder, as we play this game, I will be requesting that you guys do character voices. I know, I know. It try not to do something that is that exacts a toll on your voice or is annoying
I
for
can't
everyone
wait
else.
I can't wait for Blake to just be screaming out Cremulon Schmemulon in his
I would
normal
never
ass
say that.
voice as his character voice.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, it's not just to it's not just to help with role playing, but it's also a good way of and I've mentioned this to you guys before, but I'll say it again because it really works. It's a good way of differentiating when you're saying something as the player and when your character is speaking. So you don't have to say things like, "Well, my character is going to say." You just have to start, speaking like that, and we can a lot of it's going to be very tempting to want to game things out external from what your characters are talking about. Like, all right, well, how do you guys want to go about this? Ideally, you guys talk in character about how you would want to go about it instead of describing your discussion as players. If that makes any sense. I've seen it happen. It's not the most entertaining stuff.
You want me to put on the virtual reality headset and be in
I
a
want
game?
you to be in the game. I want you to feel like if you die in the game, you die in real life. And to be
I-
clear, if you guys do stupid stuff, I keep in mind you're playing characters that are in the real human world. You have a total of 7 life, and most monsters on average deal about 2 damage. Once you reach below 3, for the most part, all of you guys are going to be hurt. But there's more ways of going at this than using your ability kick some ass, which is just where you get into a fight and get into a scuffle with it. Because even on the best rolls with kick some ass, you take damage. So chances are there's more than one way to skin a cat here when it comes to these situations, and this is going to be a very role play heavy game. So before we start the campaign, I actually have questions to help suss out character relationships.
Do you want to update your stream description?
My stream description. Mother, damn it! I knew I was forgetting something. Return to Risk of Brain.
What do you mean this
Also,
is the risk of our brains?
Logan, what is the likelihood that the next session you finally call in on the fact that I want you to dress up as like a clown?
Oh, you haven't done that yet. He did.
Yeah.
redeem
I
the
know.
point.
I have been thinking about it. It's been weird timings with everything, but the next stream I do after I return from Midwest, I'm gonna try to dress up like a clown.
Okay.
You'll twin with your painting to the right of you.
I will. Let's see. Just
I hope you look
trying-
as happy as him.
his he's not as happy as you'd think. So
He's gonna share a wall with Ranger Rick Ronda.
I will.
He's not very
Yeah,
happy.
no, they're not even looking at each other. So Blake and Kenny,
Yes.
your characters have met over the internet by chance, and then further learned that you both live in the same backwoods Alaskan area. What introduced you?
Kenny was probably looking at my one TikTok.
Yeah, Corey Casper actually had one really silly TikTok where he went outside and where she went outside. Excuse me, thank you. Went outside and did the polar bear plunge, but instead of it being like a lake or a river, it was like a little pond, and you like fell on your ass halfway through because it wasn't deep enough.
There are actually a lot of those in Alaska. I don't know if you've been looking at that.
Yeah, bro.
All right,
Doing research.
fair enough. Do you have anything to add to that, Blake, or is that pretty good?
I didn't do that.
You didn't do that?
I don't take off my clothes because I have body dysmorphia.
Fair enough, but I would like you guys to suss out how you interacted over the internet and came to understand that you live in the same area. You guys, ideally, this is to help make sure that you guys are acquainted.
I posted one of those e-girl TikToks. It's like, I'm so lonely. My fucking Alaska life sucks. I had a little commenter. named
A little
Avery.
2 a.m. lonely comment from Avery Strom.
You were like, "Bad. Alaska is bad. Alaska does suck."
Did you guys ever end up meeting in real life?
I don't leave my room.
Fair enough. All right. Sam and Blake. Both of you guys actually came into town at around the same time and were a talk amongst the locals. Eventually, you kind of ran into each other and connected over being the new people in town. How did that interaction go?
I saw him at the store and I said, "Hey, you're the only person that's I've seen my age around here. What's up? I see you're
Well,
buying."
well, I mean, my character is technically in high school though.
That's true, but you're
I
still
said-
both newbies.
I
That's
said
a good
around.
point. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Yeah. I know we had to. My caretaker and I had to go to the store to get some or my character's caretaker. Had to go to the store to get some groceries, and they ended up both going, and that's how they kind of ran into each other because he kind of knew about the talk, also from his tutor, because his tutor's in town. So.
I was buying Sour Patch Kids at the store.
Oh.
Copious amounts of Sour Patch Kids.
Obviously.
You
You're
were
fueling
buying
up.
out
It was a buy two
places.
get one free, so I bought 8 of them.
I'd imagine that made for a bit of a conversation. All right, so you guys are at least acquainted. Did you interact any further after that? Run into each other around town or something like that?
We added each other on.
LinkedIn.
No. What's a fucking Snapchat
Discord?
or Discord? I guess. Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like the one friend my character has on Discord. Like, he was able to make the account, but he didn't really use it that much, so...
We talk about Sour Patch Kids.
Yeah. For some reason, I like... my character likes Sour Patch Kids.
All right, and last question. Sam and Kenny. Between Utqiagvik, which is where your school is, Sam, and Derringer, there's a small dirt road that takes about 40 minutes to travel by bus. Those who want to visit Utqiagvik take the bus if they don't have another ride. Your characters ended up sitting next to each other one day on the bus and talked for the whole ride back into town. You might have sat with each other since then, but tell me a little bit about that first interaction.
Who sat with who?
Kenny and Sam.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm outgoing enough to have sparked a conversation about maybe some reasons for being in the area, but obviously it didn't go that deep. But eventually it led us to kind of find each other on a little bit of social media, maybe Discord or Facebook or something like that. We're Facebook friends.
Yeah.
For sure.
Facebook friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys became
I-
Facebook friends after that?
Yeah. I also invited them to my subreddit, but I
I
know
love
if they
that.
really
Of course, you have your own
Holy shit.
subreddit.
Yeah. Avery Strom has a subreddit for sure.
Yeah, and the funny part about that is, I'm not the kind of person to use a whole bunch of newfangled websites. I feel like my parents have used all that, and that's just not really what I'm into. But for some reason, he got me into it, so now I have a Discord
Are you
and a
more
Reddit.
Are you more of a bookworm?
I'm a bookworm through and through.
Okay. All right.
Fair enough.
That's good to know.
He had
All
to
right. And
force
with
himself to use these sites because of the lack of people in the area.
that's
Wait.
true. There are not a lot of people in the area.
Hey.
Derringer is kind of like a satellite city to the larger Utqiagvik. It can definitely run on its own, but its connections to Utqiagvik help make it slightly more livable.
I also had a subreddit, but no one joined it, so I deleted it.
Fair enough. All right. So this is we're going to call it 2022. This is all occurring in 2022 in the period of time in the late August months. I'd say August 20th. School year has started for Neil. You have been going to classes pretty regularly. Avery and Corey perhaps have not been up to too many particular things, but we have just gotten past the midnight sun. For those of you who aren't as aware of it, in the northern regions of the Earth, especially, like, I believe above the Arctic Circle, there are periods of the year where the sun does not set, and there are sometimes periods of the year where the sun does not rise. Midnight sun is when the sun does not set, where the sun is constantly above the horizon.
That was such a drag.
It sucks, because it's really hard to tell what time of day it is at all times, because it doesn't ever dip below the horizon, even at 3 a.m.
My parents didn't put blinds in the gamer room yet, so it's really bright at night. And it sucks.
You just
There's
pray
glare.
that it sucks, because when it's technically night, the sun is actually in the part of the sky that beams right into your room.
Yeah.
I was pretty fortunate to have made, or I had a cabin built for me, and I faced it with east and west facing windows, so I'm pretty safe from the sun.
Very nice.
Yeah.
So as the month has progressed, you guys have luckily been getting more and more night as the sun has been dipping a little bit more below the horizon, and we've now started to reach a whopping 7 hours of darkness at night. And in the
Right.
expanding darkness of night, some people have started to report strange things in the morning. Broken fence posts, strange tracks. It's all hearsay for the time being, but it's definitely been talk amongst the town. If you're living in Derringer, you're aware of it. If you've lived in Utqiagvik, you think they're just stories, but nobody really believes that it's true necessarily. It's just hearsay. And with that being said, we're actually going to do the first roll of the game. So everyone go into rolling the dice.
No.
And the first roll of the game is going to be with you, Blake, as
Uh-oh, what am I
you
doing?
have taken the spooky move Premonition. At the start of each mystery, roll plus weird. It looks like your weird is +2. So
I think so.
so you're
yeah,
going
we
to be
+2.
typing in. I'm going to type it in without the exclamation point, but you'd be doing. This is just to help remind. But are you guys all looking at the rolling the dice?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
2d6 +2. You'd be typing. Well, ignore that last little dash at the end of that. But you'd be putting an exclamation point before all that. There we go. You'd be putting an exclamation point before that, and that's how you would roll the dice. You guys are always going to be rolling 2d6 for whatever it is you're rolling. Depending on what it is, you're going to either add or subtract your charm, cool, sharp, tough, or weird scores. But for Blake, I believe you have +2, so go ahead and type that in. We'll see what your first roll is.
So I do roll 2d6 +2.
Mm-hmm. With an exclamation point out front.
Okay. Let's see what it does. Oops. Did it do anything?
You gotta do the exclamation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I at the front.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gotta start it with one. I didn't put it there so the Dice Maiden wouldn't read it.
I rolled a 7.
You rolled a 7. All right, that is a mixed success. You get clouded images of something bad that's yet to happen. And if you are able to stop it, you can mark experience.
What does
You
that
have
mean?
spent basically just there's I don't know if you see below your name, like all the way at the bottom of that column. It's something that says
Mhm.
experience. If you're able
Oh,
to
yeah.
stop whatever it is you can foresee in your brain, you can gain one of those boxes, and once you tick 5 of those boxes, then you can level up and gain an extra little piece of your ability.
Ooh.
I know, it's very, very nice.
But I don't mark one now, though, right?
No,
Because I rolled a
this is
7.
just something to remember for further on in the mystery.
Okay. What does a 7 do for me?
7 is a mixed success. So, you've spent the long hours of the night, Twitch streaming and gaming, and you end up falling asleep in your chair. And you're prone to weird dreams, especially in the recent months, but this one was more vivid than any of the other ones. You are standing out in the middle of the Alaskan pool fields. It looks like the ground is dotted with countless, like, tens of meters wide pools. And you are aware it's not you, that you feel like you're not yourself when you're having this dream, like you're dreaming through someone else's eyes, and you're looking around and you can feel this panic bridled up within your chest. There's a pain in your left leg, and you're limping around the fields towards some lights off in the distance. But as you begin moving in that direction, you step on a small branch on the ground and fall over, and you cry out in pain. And upon doing so, you hear something off in the distance scream, an absolutely blood-curdling, gurgling scream, and then a rush of noise as it approaches you. And then, just as it gets to you, you wake up and fall out of your gamer chair.
I fell out of my gamer chair. Was it a low pitch or high pitch scream?
It was a high-pitched, gurgling scream.
High pitched gurgle. Oh my god.
But yeah, now you have awoken on the floor of your room. Go ahead and describe it.
I said, bro, I need to get in bed. That was spooky.
Give me a voice, man.
That's kind of how I talk. My character is fucking chill, dude. Give you a voice.
Yeah, like
I should
use a character
prepare
voice if you're
beforehand.
gonna be talking. You can still talk the same way you normally do, but it's got to be like, I don't know, like higher up or something. I don't know your character.
Man, that shit was fucking wacky. Did I say that?
Yeah, yeah. You say that, and maybe you're as you're waking up, your computer obviously doesn't have a sleep timer because your sleep schedule is absolute dog shit, and you can see that you accidentally fell asleep midstream, and people have just been laughing and sending in things.
I think that's illegal on Twitch. You can't do that, right? Or unless you're like planning.
You can sleep streams.
Can you like fall asleep without planning to fall asleep?
I think so.
I guess that's irrelevant. Also, I'll get more energy later, but I'm like just digesting my food, so
Oh, you're talking about IRL. I
Yeah,
thought you were talking about
IRL.
Corey.
no IRL. So my responses are pretty low energy right now. I almost died from hunger.
No, that's all good, dude. Don't worry. It's not distracting or anything either. As you awake, obviously your stream is still on.
I grasped my leg because I still feel the pain.
Your leg actually feels fine. Maybe you had some phantom pain from your dreams, but
It was phantom pain. It was leftover. It was lingering.
well, right now your chat is flipping out. You're seeing some people posting clips of you falling out of your, or you
My
don't
one
see anybody.
viewer?
You have your one viewer is posting clips.
That's
and
the
Your
chat
singular viewer clipped it 13 times.
kept posting it in the chat no matter how many times. And upon seeing all those messages, you also get a glance at the time, and it is noon 30. It is 12:30 in the day. You have slept a solid 10 hours, which is that odd for your character?
That's low.
That's low? Well, then that's actually odd still for your character, that you slept only 10 hours.
I have an internal clock. I usually sleep till like 2 p.m.
Well, yeah, this is early in the day for you. So,
Mhm.
with that in mind, I guess you pull yourself up to your feet. What do you do from here? You're in your house in your room. You just woken up.
I turn off my stream because no one's watching. I don't even do an outro, and then I hunch walk over in the kitchen and get a glass of water. And I get a glass of water.
All right. You leave your, I assume, very messy room. Is the rest of your house looking pretty nice?
It's nice. My parents clean it.
But your parents are both off to work today because it is a Friday at noon o'clock, and I believe you mentioned your dad is not. Is your dad at the house in the area, or not at the house, but in the area at the time?
He's like 30 miles away.
He's 30 miles away, so he's Is it and your mom, I believe, would just be at work at the moment.
She's like 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes away.
All right, but you have an empty house to yourself, and maybe your parents have just gotten a habit of leaving the TV on. But upon looking at the TV, while you're trying to grab yourself a glass of water, you notice a story on the that's kind of just running through the local news channel, one of the weirdo like Channel 3 type stuff on the cable network, and it's of a lady talking about one of her dogs has just gone missing, uh, and you actually recognize it. This is your neighbor. This is happening live directly outside of your house. She's having a
No,
conversation.
I liked that dog. That was like my one friend.
Yeah, this she's talking to the news person, and do you try to look outside to see if you can see her or anything?
I like scaredly peek out the blinds because I don't want anybody to see me in my gremlin clothes.
Yeah, she's you can see a news crew out in front of her house. It's a small news van and a very ratty looking cameraman with a surprisingly well dressed news reporter talking to your neighbor. She's in like an A t-shirt or an A shirt, I think. That's what you can call them.
Full piece suit.
Uh, in an A shirt in some like obviously too large for her boxers that are just like comfort clothes, and some sandals, and her hair's up in a bun. She looks absolutely ragged. This is Martha Graham, your next door neighbor, who is actually the closest person who lives to you guys, and she's, you know, running her hands through the hair and talking very frantically, and you can hear it on the TV despite like some of the lag between what she says outside and there.
I've never actually spoken to her. I've only played with her dog.
That's that's strange. I like that.
No, her dog's outside, so I play with it when it like runs up to me when I enter my door. But I don't care about talking to my neighbor because I have social anxiety.
But yeah, she's you can as you're looking at it, or you can hear from the TV. Um, well, in the interview, she's saying, I was taking my dog out. I let him out at night like I normally do. I heard some strange noises. You know, obviously we got some Bigfoot problems out here, but I didn't think they'd be getting to my house. And she says that she's laughing a little bit, but you can see that she's kind of holding back some tears. And she's like, my dog is the leash was ripped right off the chain. I don't know what happened. Maybe he saw something and took a ran for it, but he was not too big. And the news reporter caps off the story, saying, "Well, you heard it here, folks. More strange occurrences out here in Derringer. Be sure to close your doors. Be sure to close your doors and lock your windows at night, because we don't know if Bigfoot's going to be coming for you." Back to you, Chet. And it returns back to the generic inside of the studio stories, but you can watch outside as the person shakes her hand, and then everyone drives away. It's a strange situation, but you can actually uh, your head is still throbbing from this morning and this strange dream that you had, but you can almost pick up you can pick up a feeling of distress in the air. I think have we sussed out how some of your powers work?
No, not at all. I
Uh,
don't. No, we clicked the check marks, I guess.
you have clicked the check marks, but
Yeah, but I don't know if we talked about how anything works.
uh, I'll let you decide whether or not anything happens, because I don't think your character necessarily has control over the situation. But Martha, after the person walks away, ends up going back into her house. What do you do?
What do I do? My head still hurts, right? So I guess I drink the water.
It's,
uh, what do I do after seeing this shit? Just fucking keep watching TV, I guess.
all right, fair enough.
What would I do?
Your character takes a big ol' seat down. Uh, I guess from the chair that you like to sit in while you're watching TV and drinking your water, and I assume eating dry cereal or something like that.
Yeah.
You can see that there's, a couple of. You're sitting there watching TV for the next 20 minutes, and a single pamphlet comes through your the mail slot of your door, and it's just it is the. Actually, no, a pamphlet doesn't come through the mail slot of your door. You actually get a knock on the door.
Oh no, I hate those.
You don't have to answer this. I'm not trying to railroad you into anything. Do
No,
you do you
my character hates those.
do you not answer the door?
I mean, I will answer a knock at the door, but they make me anxious. My character doesn't like people in real life.
So what do you do?
Mom and Dad aren't home.
Yeah, mom and dad are home, so I have to answer. I have to open the door. It's on my shoulders. I have to do it.
So you open the door then?
Yeah.
All right, you die. No, no, you open the door and you see it's actually Martha's husband, Jeremy, Jeremy Graham. He is holding a couple of pamphlets in his hand. He's kind of like he's an older middle-aged man, balding on top. He's got kind of like the ring of hair that kind of goes around his head, where it like starts just above his ears and then meets at the back of his head, but there's nothing up top. And he looks.
Baldo.
Do you say that? Do you say that?
No, I don't say that. That's just mean.
And he's looking kind of sad at your door, but he says, "Hi, are your parents home?"
I say no. I don't fucking know, dude. I haven't played D&D before. You should probably make someone else go first. But no. I say no.
Well, if your parents do get back, can you hand them one of these? And he hands out like a kind of like a missing dog poster, and it's got the picture of the dog that you like. What kind of breed do you think this dog would be? Like that your character's been hanging out with?
There's
Like
a little like what is those like small white puffy dogs? What are those? Not Pomeranians, but like curly hair white dogs. What are those?
I would have
Just
guessed
poodle?
Pomeranian. Poodle?
I don't think that's Pomeranian. It might be like a Pomeranian poodle mix, maybe.
Pomeranian poodle mix. Fuck it.
Maybe
No.
It's a picture of this little Pomeranian poodle mix. And it's, it says like reward $100 for finding this Pomeranian poodle mix. He's like,
I need that money. I need that money.
So your eyes light up as soon as you see this. Then
Yeah.
it's like, yeah,
I'm sad about the dog, and I need the money. This is a motive.
he's handing this to you, and I'd imagine you snatch it out of his hand. He's like, well, we've been our dog went missing the other night. I don't know if you'd heard, but we're trying to get our hands on it. If you can tell your parents, or if you see anything or find anything, please let us know. He's got his phone number on there and everything, and obviously you live next door to the guy, so you know where you can go once you find the dog. He's like, yeah, if you hear anything, please let me know. And he gives you a little wave and heads back into his car and drives off to, I assume, give those to a bunch more people around town.
Very
So,
cool.
what do you do?
I was gonna talk to him more, but he left.
Oh, I'm sorry. As he was turning around, sorry, we can retcon that. he gives you this. He gives you the thing. He gives you the spiel, and then he just kind of looks at you expectantly.
I
staring
managed
at
that's crazy because my character wells up with a weird form of excitement and sadness seeing this post that's worth money, $100 to a broke, no-view Twitch streamer. I need that money, and a dog that actually made my day. Like the only thing in Alaska that was fun to go home to. And so I look him in the eye. I managed to make eye contact. I'm usually really bad at that. I managed to make eye contact.
He's kind of taken aback by this because he's never seen you make eye contact with someone.
I know. If I stick it back, then I get fucking anxiety attack and I curl up in a ball. What do you mean? No, it's, I look him in the eye and I say, fuck, what was my voice? I'll actually I actually really try to help find this dog. It actually meant a lot to me. Do you
Well,
have any tips that the news didn't tell us?
I'm actually going
Let's see.
to.
Let's see. Do I have to roll for that?
I'm going to actually have you give me a roll for investigate a mystery here because that is something that we would be doing for this.
I need a
situation.
lead. I need this money. I need this
So-
dog. I need a lead.
Go ahead and give me a roll plus your sharp score, 2d6 plus whatever your sharp score is.
2d6 plus sharp score.
Mm-hmm.
I have +2 sharp.
Oh, very nice. So you're a bright young Twitch streamer on the prowl
So I do,
for knowledge.
Yes. I'm very introspective, but I'm bad with talking to people, and people don't like me for some reason. I feel like it's a curse. It might be linked to my powers. That's actual of what I thought about this character. Does this work?
There you go. All right, you got
6.
a 6.
Does that mean I get my experience?
You do get an experience for that. For investigate a mystery on 6. 10 plus on a 7 to 9, hold 1.
How are you guys doing? Other guys?
Wow, there's actually nothing in there for investigate a mystery. That's really annoying. Give me just one moment.
Like, were you talking about our characters, or talking about like us in real life?
You in real life? You just I haven't heard from you.
Yeah. Things are still kind of weird, but yeah,
How you liking the game?
very interesting. I don't think I've ever been a part of D&D. I might have done it like maybe once when I was in college,
I
but
tried it once.
yeah, I don't think I've done it since then. So this might be my first time. At least I can at least take it seriously.
I hope I'm doing it right. I don't know. I'm new too.
No, you're doing.
I was trying to gauge the room of seeing how it's going.
No, you're doing good. It's a shame that your character got the premonition. So I was gonna be picking on you first, anyways. All right, this did about what I was expecting it to do here. So on a 6, you did mark experience.
Yes, I did mark my experience.
I will say you can use luck, but this would be a silly point to use luck with. I would say.
Okay.
Like you mentioned to Jerry, you're like, hey, is there anything else that obviously you're telling about it? He can, while you're asking this, he can kind of see the, maybe he doesn't see the part of your interactions with the dog that is that you actually like this dog, but all he's seeing is that the greediness of getting the money, and he's actually kind of taken aback by like you're very forthcoming here. You're very like, is there anything you haven't told? What's going on here? And he's like, everything I said was already on the news. Okay, I have a lot on my plate. If you want to find more information, maybe you can ask my wife or something. But I have to go take some other things. I have to go get some other things taken care of.
That makes me sad.
And he actually kind of turns around in a huff before he can really say anything else, and he goes back into his car and he drives off.
Okay.
So he was not able to really give you too much information.
But this is my lead. I need to do this. How do I get more information?
Well, what do you do? This isn't just about roles. This is about what your character is.
Oh, I go towards my Epic Gamer chair in computer.
All right.
And I Google. Can I Google? Do I have to roll for that?
You know what? No. What are you trying to Google?
I'm Googling. What did the news say the monster was like? Just like the description of the news monster, I guess.
Everyone's saying different things. I'll tell you this. You look up Derringer weird things at night, scary, spooky, cryptid, with safe search on, and not with safe search off, and really all that you're getting is everybody has a different story that they're telling. Nobody has really seen it. Everyone's everyone's basically saying it's Mothman or it's Sasquatch or Bigfoot or skunk apes, and nobody really has anything tied down. There are a few stories about other strange wild dogs or Wendigos or something strange like that, but nothing's really tied down, and you really get the sense that it's all speculation. But is your window looking out upon their house, or is it just facing a completely different area?
I guess like I can see like a corner of their house. Yeah.
You can see that there is, I'll give you this. She did mention uh, on the newscast, and maybe you're able to find the newscast again and you're able to remember it. But she did mention, like the line was broken, and this is a small dog. It's not gonna pull itself off of, where like the leash is connected to the ground. So maybe there's more to see there, or maybe there are other people you can contact about that kind of thing.
Hmm.
What do you do?
I don't know, man. What do I do? This is a really open.
The wife is still home, if you wanted to talk to her, or you could snoop around her place, or you
You want
can
me to
just,
snoop?
or you
I don't feel like
can use some other. I don't know, how much do you want
I
that hundred
go.
dollars?
I turn to. I don't know, man. I would just fucking search more on the internet. I feel like the internet would have a lot of answers, right?
All right. I guess we'll leave you with that for right now. You are
Yeah.
delving deep into trying to figure out everything you can about this creature. So we're actually going to cut away from you while you're doing this, and we're going to cut into Neil Butts. It is just hit 2:55, and you have finished your last class of the day. Upon finishing your last class, you I think it was a somewhat advanced English course. You're now past syllabus week, so now you've gotten into the really annoying part of the year, where you're starting to get homework like for the first time, and nobody really knows how hard it's gonna be. And junior year sucks. Have you made I guess actually no, I'm not gonna ask that leading question. You've met a few people in class, right?
I guess just a few people.
You've made
Uh,
acquaintances, maybe not friends, and one of them actually lives in Derringer. And so maybe you actually end up taking the bus and seeing them on the bus ride with you back. You guys, kind of. She'll do the nod to you. It's one of the chicks in your class, Penny Stevenson.
Ooh.
She's not very. She's kind of sitting in the same boat as you, if not super aware of like how hard things are. Kind of average working like capabilities when it comes to history and literature, but uh, you wouldn't know too much about her because you guys haven't really talked. You've just kind of seen each other around. After class is done, I guess really it's everyone's heading towards the buses. Is there anything that is there anything else you'd be doing on the way to the bus? Talking to teachers? What's
um,
what's your what's your academic situation looking like?
well, I mean, it's just syllabus week, so I'm mainly just worried about making sure that everything is organized in my backpack and I have all the textbooks and everything that I need. Um, and that for my other classes, I have all the supplies there. Um, but yeah, I don't really talk to anybody. Maybe some people around my locker will try to strike up a conversation, but it's usually just
You
me
know,
just.
while you're organizing your backpack, you actually end up. Let's say you're at your locker and you're organizing your backpack to head home, and you're putting things in. And as you go to pick up your backpack, a hand from out of nowhere slaps it right back onto the ground. And this is the hand of Ben Stewart. You know Ben Stewart. You have done your best to avoid Ben Stewart because Ben Stewart is very much not like you. He is academically gifted. He is on the local baseball team. because baseball is actually surprisingly big in Alaska. And he kind of runs the school, or at the very least, his section of the school. And with you being the new kid, you're easy pickings for him to continue to maintain his high standing and his his sense of entitlement about the school. And he's obviously it's that same stereotype of the bully with like the small group behind him, like, yeah, get him. But he knocks your books out of your. He does.
Wow.
Damn it, man! You beat me to it. He knocks your bags out of your hand. And he's like, God damn it! knocks your bag out of your hand. And he's like, gonna pick those up, butts? Huh? You gonna pick those up?
Oh, are you like
Mr. Electric, take him to the principal's office at once!
But yeah, he knocks your stuff on the ground. He says this to you. I mean, like, I'm not gonna ask you what you. He's bullying you right now. You're getting bullied.
Oh, that's funny.
I mean, this isn't something that this is something I'm pretty familiar with. All you kind of got to do is just give him the shrug and put some dust off the shoulders. Just kind of.
Do you just try to pick up your
forget
books?
about him? Yeah. I just try to kind of forget about him. I mean, it does make me a little mad, a little frustrated, but I got schoolwork to do, and if he wants to spend his time doing that, then he'll reap the consequences for that later in life. But
that's fair. But as you're putting your stuff back together, I don't think you probably don't say anything to him. You're just silently putting shit together and not starting trouble, right?
yeah.
As you're putting it back together, he kind of puts his foot on your backpack and gives you a little push on the shoulders, and he's like, hey, I hear some stupid shit's happening out in Derringer. But
Stupid shit.
some stupid shit's happening out in Derringer about that backwoods company.
I like
Some
this
shitty shit is happening on shitty shit.
Yeah, some shitty stuff is happening out there.
This shitty shit.
Got to deal with some Wendigos out there, huh? I'm certain someone like you is gonna just suddenly disappear on the way to class. Wouldn't that be nice? And all of his friends are like, yeah, man, yeah, I bet he's gonna get got by the Wendigo. And one of them's like, I thought it was like a walking manta ray or something like that. The bully turns to both of them and is just like, shut up!
Manta
That's fucking funny.
And he turns back to you, he's like, just make sure you get into your house at a good time, okay? I need you to keep my status. And he takes his foot off of your book bags and kind of turns away from you, and he starts walking away with his little group. While he is... This is, you've had encounters with him before. I don't think any of them have been particularly bad, but with it being a Friday and especially with the school year fully in session, I guess he's zoned in on you and he's starting to get a little bit more bold with it. As you're going to pick up, your stuff, Penny Stevenson is actually approaches you and starts kind of helping you pick shit up.
She says,
like,
"Let me get that for you."
It's like, yeah, he's a real piece of shit. Don't mind him. She's been at the school. I've been here for a while. He wasn't always this smart. He actually used to be on the Scholastic team, and that really kind of did a number on his like social reputation. So he's still kind of recovering from that.
Am I getting Discord notifications?
Yeah, I sent a funny message. Sorry,
Gotcha.
Oh, I don't.
Do you?
my buddy sent me a message.
She helps you fill your bag and hands it to you and just kind of gives you a thumbs up. She's like, all good.
I guess.
I guess you guys, with that being said, you guys hear a bell overhead that signifies that the last bus of the day is finally getting there, and that would be your guys' bus. So the bell rings overhead. You guys both hear, and she's like, "Oh, shoot, and starts kind of hustling off towards the bus lane. And you probably would want to do that too if that's the if since this is, you know, your way home.
Yeah.
You guys head out to the buses, and after getting on the bus, it literally, it's probably like 4 or 5 people. Only like 2 of which being students, and it's actually it's just you and Penny are the only students on it. The rest of it, it's like it's strange with this area out here and how kind of tight resources are. Sometimes they've just they've been clever about it. So this is actually a public transit bus that doubles as a school bus for some of the students who live out in Derringer, specifically you and Penny.
Well, that's just weird.
It is. It's to give you an idea, Utqiagvik, the area where you're going to school in, you can actually only navigate to it by plane, or by ship. There's no roads that lead into the Utqiagvik Derringer location.
Just can use my mind powers.
Just the area between the two of them. And as you go to take a seat on the bus, she actually takes a seat next to you and is kind of amicable for like the first time in a while. It's like, so does that happen often?
No, not really. This is the first time. I mean, we've obviously met eyes and everything like that, but normally I'm just kind of used to sitting right by Avery. But I don't know, I guess the fact that she was willing to kind of come up to me after that whole interaction, I guess that means a lot.
Well, while she's sitting there, she's you guys have some small talk, and eventually she just kind of goes quiet for a little bit, and she looks at you and she's like, "Hey, have you heard some of the stuff that's happening out in Derringer lately?"
And I reply with,
trying to think of a character voice too, so that you can. I forgot to mention
yeah.
that.
Well, I mean, that's the high voices for.
Oh, gotcha. I might have missed it.
I mean, I've heard about it from a little bit from my tutor and a little bit from my caretaker, but haven't really. Hasn't really affected my life all that much, so I guess I never really bothered to take a glance at it until now. If it looks pretty disconcerting, I think I might need to check it out. Like,
oh well, I'll tell you, it looks pretty disconcerting. Can I tell you something? I saw it.
oh,
And with that, she kind of looks around the bus a little bit, and she's like, "Look, don't tell like news outlets, because people are gonna come to my house, and it's gonna be really, I'll be real, it's gonna be really fucking annoying with everyone asking whether or not I saw the Bigfoot. But it's not. It's like, I only saw a little bit of it, but it looked like it kind of looked like a dog, but it was like bigger. I swear, it did not. It was not one of those like regular like strange pack dogs. But that thing was. It was outside of my house. It was outside of my house like a few nights ago.
so what did it look like?
It was like it looked like a dog. I saw it through the I saw it through my look. This was happening. I went to bed, get myself nice and cozy, and I hear this like chattering outside of like some of the local flora and fauna that we got out in Derringer. You hear foxes at night, or sometimes some birds. But like all of a sudden it got real quiet, and I was like, "Ooh, what's going on?" Peek out the window, and there's this little thing out there ripping something to shreds, and I think it was like a bird or something. But the thing basically looked at my window and then darted back into the woods. I didn't get a good look at it though, but that thing ain't no dog.
Well, that's interesting.
That ain't no dog.
That ain't no dog. So please, I know Ben said it in jest of get yourself inside at night, but please get yourself inside at night. I don't know. I'm starting to think they got some. Maybe somebody imported some coyotes or something.
I mean, you don't really have to worry about that with me. I practically stay inside most of the time, unless I have to go out.
Well, that's
cold
it.
outside.
You gotta buy some more winter jackets. That's true. It is stupid cold out there.
We might
Yeah.
be fucking hanging around outside. What the fuck?
In the summer, it actually gets as warm as like 50.
Isn't it dark time though right now?
Dang.
No, we actually just finished.
Oh, that's right. that's
Hot
right.
time. So we're
We got a few hours of nighty night.
we're working towards it.
See.
And so you guys are probably having this conversation, kind of chit chatting about this. It's nice. Have you probably haven't made too many connections since you've come out here, have you?
No, not really. Mainly just with Avery and now Penny and what was the bully's name?
The guy Ben.
I guess
Liam.
Ben, if you count that, even though
I
the technically
wouldn't.
wasn't two-sided.
I would not count Ben. So you guys are probably talking on the way, and we're going to cut away from you guys' conversation. We're going to go to Kenny. Kenny, you are Avery. You are out about in Utqiagvik. What is it your guy does if you're topping up on supplies right now, essentially? What is it you're out in the town getting?
O's.
So I'm always trying to stay prepared and ahead of myself for anything that might happen. My parents didn't raise anything less than that out of me, so of course I'm stocking up on my supplies, seeing as I've been here a while in the area, but of course every time I come home from the store I remember something that I forgot, so I'm probably out getting extra non-perishable food items for my cabin and stuff like that. And
Maybe
then
some
some like
firewood.
emergency fire starting kit. Yeah,
I was about to say it's fucking cold
Cans
out
of
there.
beans.
yeah, it's chilly.
Cans of beans. But yeah, you've been out on the town. You have obviously been in tune with all of this shenanigans that have been going on out and about in town.
Yeah, I got
Absolute
I got
tomfoolery.
news notifications and stuff directly on my tech watch. So
I love that. But yeah, you are in downtown Utqiagvik. It's kind of like a you ever seen one of those, like, it's like a lane of traffic where on either side there's just like rows and rows of various shops. Like you'll have like
Yeah.
a fish restaurant, and then you'll have maybe John's Firewood, and then maybe a botanist who's growing plants that are not native to the area.
This is the only road where things happen.
This is the only road that that things happen that aren't, or that specifically is not like, especially in Utqiagvik, that's not also residential.
Yeah.
This is the fun part of the city. So you're picking up all of your things, and you see you got your bushel of firewood, you got your bags of beans, bags of cans of beans, I should specify.
Bags of beans. What the fuck? Is this Canada?
Well, I mean, it is more north than Canada.
I guess it's kind of
bag
Canada.
of milk, bag of beans.
Bag
what else
of
am I gonna
beans.
do?
And in doing so, like as you head back out onto the road, you get immediately stopped by a hippie, a dude dressed in what looks like tie-dye cold weather gear, like nothing you've ever fucking seen before, except you've seen him, because this is Eric. This is the town hippie. He is literally like he gets in front of me. He's like, "Hey man, hey, what's yeah, I see you look like you're a man of you're a man of firewood. You're a man of beans. You look like quite the Man of beans. And he puts a pamphlet in your hand, and it's about like it's just an anti-oil campaign. You know, this guy looks like he's been pulled straight out of the 70s and 80s. In fact, you could probably guess that the man was probably born around that time. He's old.
Yeah,
He's
he's still bitter about the Vietnam War.
He's still bitter about the Vietnam War. He's not,
Yeah.
It's on his
geriatric yet,
shirt.
but
It's on his shirt.
yeah, it's on his parka.
Yeah, it's on
Or
the
the parka.
bumper sticker that he put on his bike that he rides around.
And he puts the pamphlet in your hand, and he's like, "Hey man, have you ever thought about helping out the group, getting everyone
Cause.
together?" What?
Cause. He just refers to it as the cause.
The
entire
cause,
time.
man. Yeah, he's like, you ever considered helping out the cause? You know, like all this oil, it comes from somewhere, and once we're out of it, man. He's being very pushy with
Yeah.
you about and handing.
Not
We're
true.
bleeding nature.
You kill my
What do you-
dinosaurs. That's
What do you
suspicious.
do in response to this situation?
You know, I'm not very old, but I've been around. I've lived in my fair share of cities. I've seen my fair share of people. And this guy, as forward as he is, he's not hurting anybody. So I just, I might lie to him a little bit. I'll be like, I'll tell him like, yeah, of course, man. Oil's as bad as they come. These companies are all trying to hurt the little guy like you and me.
His eyes light up because nobody pays him any mind. He's got almost kind of like a the Flake type situation where he kind of sounds crazy to everyone and everyone ignores him, but his eyes light up. He's like, "Thank you, man. Like this is what I've been telling people." And he's like he's excited. He actually reaches into his back pocket and he pulls out a card. He's like, "My name's Shrimp Bitley. Here you go." And he hands you a card that just says Shrimp Bitley. It doesn't have any contact information on it.
Yeah.
But it's got like a big like 70s style like Austin
East
Powers
sign?
flower on it.
Oh no way! He's got the power flower.
Yeah, he's got the power flower on it and everything, and
I love it.
you flip it over, it does actually have like a phone number, and he's like, "Yo, man, we got a group that we've been trying to work together," and nothing that he's saying is like weird for you because like you've
Yeah.
seen these are common people around this, the guys who are very anti-oil, because these Utqiagvik and Derringer are both. They were originally
Very live
oil.
off the land.
They aren't just live off the land, but they were started up by oil deposits being found, and then
Sure.
towns being built around them, and then them being dried up, and them just staying as towns. So this is a very oil rich place, with rigs
Sure.
that are moving around all the time. And his eyes light up, and he's just very excited. He's like, "Yeah, my name's Shrimp Bitley. What's yours?"
You can call me Avery, bud.
Well, Avery, I do have to say I am very appreciative that you are trying to help me out here. I am a part of a group. We call ourselves the Flatters. And he pulls out another card that just says the Flatters, and you turn it over and it has the exact same phone number as the other card.
Yo.
Oh, that card.
He does.
It's hard to contain laughter at that point. Even I can see the comedy in that part.
Uh,
Roll
I've
for
told them
laughter.
together.
and he's maybe he doesn't know why he's actually too caught up in talking about oil and how dangerous oil can be and the damage it does to the land. He's like, "I swear to God, man, like it's nothing but trouble. Oil. We got all these oil companies out here, and you actually would probably know a little bit about it, but there are there's a lot of oil in this like a lot of oil tycoons out here. They don't necessarily stay in the city. They kind of have their own little outcropping areas, but there are like if this was earlier in the I guess time, then you would not be surprised to hear that Rockefeller would be visiting areas like this,
Mm.
those types of characters.
Yeah.
And he's using names names that I'm not willing to come up with right now. And
Pemblo.
no, not Bemblo.
You set a high bar with Shrimp Bitly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pemblo. That's not too
Shrimp.
far off.
But he gives you the cards and he's like, hey man, get in contact. Let me know if you need anything. I'd be happy to help you. Where you at these days?
I live just off the west side of the town, right outside of the city. I built my own little place out there.
You out over there by Derringer?
Yeah.
Oh, you
Right
gotta. You said you're close to the city, right? Like in between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on in in Derringer. I would not want to be caught out there if I were you.
I'm gonna just kindly nod and signal that I might want to end this conversation now.
Like you're just
Roll for
kind of
punch.
turning and walking. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
full on switches to assault mode. He pulls out a couple of knives. No,
Whoa.
no,
He's stabbing you in the back.
he's stabbing you in
He
the
pulled out his
throat.
katana.
He pulled out. He pulled out his. He pulled out. He pulled out his hipster guns.
Glock.
But he. Well, as you're turning away, he's like, well, if you need anything, like you're walking away, and he's staying the same area. He's like, well, Avery, give me a call. Let me know if you need anything, and stay away from the pools. And then
I glance over my shoulder and I ask the pools. What could you?
Les Poules.
What do you mean?
at this point, he's actually now talking with someone else who's been poor enough to cross his path, and he's now engaged in a full-on conversation. Trying to. Are you trying to interrupt him again?
No.
Roll for punch. Roll for punch.
No,
for
now
punch,
that
kick
he's
some ass.
now that he's moved on, I'm gonna take that as my cue to get back home. I think.
All right. The bus stop is probably pretty close by.
Yeah, I'll walk on over there.
All right, you get to the bus
Get on
stop.
it.
It's probably about 10 or 15 minutes before the bus arrives, and it's the same bus that had previously picked up Neil, and
Set bus butt.
bus stops, and I imagine you hop on, and you actually notice that Neil has a friend who he's talking to. You guys, this is now a first character interaction, so both of you guys are technically in this scene. How does this play out? You guys are now on the bus.
I'll acknowledge Neil, but I'm gonna head to the back of the bus and take a seat by myself and try and read up a little bit more on the news notifications that I was getting while I was talking to that guy.
Do you guys have one of those like nods, like sup type situations as you hop on?
I'll probably just say hey.
Give him
Yeah.
a wink.
I really just do a nod. I don't feel like talking unless I need to.
Fair
Wink and
enough.
Finger gun.
And plus, this Penny has been talking your ear off this entire time about all the weird stuff that's been happening. Can you actually hear some of this conversation? She's still going on about like the weird thing that she's seen out front of her house, and maybe it's a 30-minute drive back because this was the last stop the bus takes before it heads back out into Derringer. And so during that, and since you're on the edge of Derringer, your stop is most likely the first, because it's the closest to your place. But during this like 30-minute drive, you overhear some of this conversation. Penny's mentioning, like, I swear it wasn't a dog. I'm telling you, it was weird.
Mm.
And Neil, maybe she's actually been like weirdly like repetitive about it, like you're like, oh yeah, but she's like, I know, but it's like it's a dog. It looks like a dog, but it's not a dog. I don't know. How are you still involved in this conversation, or are you, what's going on with you, Neil? She's just kind of
Yeah.
talking at you at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm listening. I've always been pretty good at listening. I don't feel like I need to respond. I haven't really responded for about 20 minutes, just trying to take in all the information uh, that she's been telling me.
She's just dissociated. Just staring out his face.
And like, you know, obviously she's repeating basically the same things to you, but as she is saying it, Kenny, you overhear her, you know, she's saying, you know, yeah, it looked like a dog. I swear it was a dog outside my house. It was eating a bird, you know. And then when I looked out at it, it kind of ran out off into the distance over towards the you know, like the old uh what do you call them, the those big old pits in the ground that are full of water?
The
Uh,
pools.
the
A hippie said they were the pools.
I guess they're called pools.
They're the I think they what they like the I swear it's like the water holes. It almost looks like a it almost looks like a golf ball out there, like pitted in the ground. It was weird.
Awful.
But Kenny, you overhear this, and this is actually a lot of what the other guy, Shrimp Bitley,
Shrimp Hitler. Yeah.
Shrimp
Shrimp
Bitley,
Hitler.
yeah, Shrimp
Shrimp
Bitley.
Hitler.
Oh, Bitly. You wrote down Bitler. My notes.
Hitler.
Oh.
There's a lot of what Shrimp Bitley was talking about, of like
Shrimp
something
Hitler.
out there in the pools. I don't know. Maybe you just
Yeah.
take note of this, but there is, and she mentioned, she's like, yeah, I haven't really seen much else go on about that. Yeah, it's been other than that, it's been pretty carefree out there. Kenny, check your chats.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's been yeah, that's I mean, it was just mainly the dog thing. It was just kind of weird. And the bus, I guess, continues on moving, and she continues biting your ear off. If either guys want to make a move other than that, we can just continue on until we get to the back into Derringer. And after a while, while you guys are heading back, let's jump back to Blake. Blake, you have done a lot of Googling. Your ADHD has definitely kicked in, because you do
What I'm good at.
you do have a tab open on your computer that's just playing Dark Monkey music at all times while you're doing this to try to keep yourself
Oh my
focused.
god. He's
Yes.
at focus level 11.
Yeah, you want that.
Ironically,
That $100 is like burning a hole in your brain right now. With how much?
that's $100
It's $100, and it's $100 just for finding something.
for finding something I want to get back.
Finding something that you want to get back. There's no reason. What? I'll let you. So what is it that you've been trying to look up in this time?
Just information and all the fucking dog nappings, or like the fucking. Didn't the news say there was a bunch of them?
Yeah.
This was not. Yeah.
It really seems like everything that's been big has been actually
See if I can,
populating near the
Triangulated or something.
your neighbor's house itself. Like all of the stuff that actually has any merit is like coming from your neighbor's house and some of the other like houses near you. You live on like kind of the northeastern part of town. It's not a very big town, so the distance between the northeastern and the southwestern parts of town is like not a ton, but you're over like a little closer to the sea, a little closer to like these areas of like the pits in the ground. I'll just call them the pits, because I feel like that'll save me, the water pits. And while there's a lot of the suspicions are around like actually some of your neighbors, like other than just your direct next door neighbor, who Martha's still there, the one who was interviewed, but Jerry, her husband, the one who came up to your door, actually hasn't gotten back yet. You could potentially take a look around there, you also have potentially some other neighbors nearby that have had some strange happenings. If you wanted to go talk to them.
Think that that's a lot of work, and my TikTok brain just wants to come up with a Scooby-Doo plan to go to the store and buy dog treats to set them up and see if I can just get the dog that way. So my first initiative would be to leave my house to go to the grocery store.
I love that, actually. So there are 2 convenience stores in this little in Derringer, and they're both run by like a collective 4 people, like 2 people per store. It's if you guys have seen Steven Universe, it's almost kind of like the Big Donut situation where you never see the boss, you just see the really sad workers that are just constantly behind the counter for whatever reason.
I know
It's the same people. They know you by name, Blake. You come in here and you buy their
That one's nice to me. That one, when I brought up all 8 boxes of Sour Patch Kids, I saw him not scan 2 of them, and I got them for a discount.
I'll what? Give me I'll actually let you play into this a little bit. Who is this person? This is actually probably one of the few people you have in-person interactions with that are tolerable so far.
I just know his first name is James, and he is 29.
Yeah, James. He's this 29-year-old cashier. He looks, he's got kind of sunken eyes. He looks exhausted. He probably works multiple open to closing shifts. You've seen him like napping behind the counter. This is almost kind of it's like a step. It's like if one of those gas station grocery stores turned into just a grocery store.
Yeah.
It's just a convenience store without like all the bells and whistles of a gas station. And there's another one like not directly across the street, but you can actually just see it down the block, and there's like nothing in between the 2 of them, so it's just you pick one or the other, and I guess he just picked this one at the beginning and just kept going.
James goes to help me because he's very nice to me.
But yeah, you walk in and James is like, "Hey, how's it going, man? It's Carrie, right?"
No.
Well, all right. And he just kind of looks down at the counter and, what can I help with? What can I help you with?
That is a classic interaction.
Wow.
That is a great store interaction. That happened to me like at least 3 times in my life, for real.
Hey man,
Okay.
it's Block, right? No.
No.
It's black.
Okay.
He's like, what can I help you with, man?
I'm just gonna go look for dog food.
All right, if you
And I'll
need
come
anything,
back.
I'll be here. And he just kind of
Thanks,
stares down at the
Jeremy.
counter, and you can kind of see
I
his.
think you should let him know that you hate him.
I don't hate him. I just don't really want to talk to him. He's just nice to me.
What did you
I didn't
just
ask
say?
him to be nice to me. He just gives me he gave me that discount Sour Patch, so he's just nice to me.
Yeah, he knows who you are. You're one of like.
Yeah, I'm
the
just here to
few-
buy dog food. I tolerate him. I mean, I like him, but I'm not like his friend.
No. You have that like nice like you're a
I'm like, it's Jeremy.
you're a classic customer here, and this place is
He's always like,
a quarter
you
mile
should
down
come
the
over and
road.
hang out sometime. I'm like, okay. I'm not gonna do that.
Like he gives you his Discord, but you never really add him.
Yeah.
But he also never
Here's my
talks
gamer
about
tag.
it.
You play COD? Oh, I play video games too. I play COD. Here's my gamer tag. Here's my Xbox gamer tag. I'm not adding that shit, bro.
He sees you with
Come
your
on.
Nier
I'm not
t-shirt
adding
on one day, and he's like,
What year is this?
"This
Logan?
is 2022."
Okay. So he hands you his fucking Xbox 360
Yeah.
gamer tag
He's still on
to
COD.
play
He's
Modern
29, dude.
Warfare 2 with.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's
You play
still
video
it's
games
still
like I'm-
good. It's still good.
He says,
still
"Oh, you play
fun.
video games? You ever heard of COD?"
You ever heard of
I
COD?
said, yeah. And I said, "Yeah."
But yeah,
I have to COD.
I don't think did you tell him you were looking for dog food?
I said, "I'm just gonna go grab some dog food."
It's like, all right. He vaguely points to like the other end of the store, and you've probably been here enough that you know where it was, but it was a nice gesture before he just completely deactivates and just stares down at his desk or
Look back
his
at him.
little counter.
I smile at Jeremy because he's nice, and I say, "Thank you." I say, "Thank you, Jeremy." my sweet friends. I don't say that part.
Why can't I find Derringer on the map?
Because it doesn't exist.
Okay.
Yet.
I came up with Derringer.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
It felt real though, didn't it, Kenny?
I was looking for it.
I was in it. I just got
No.
snapped out. I was in it.
It's a little south. You can imagine it's like a little southeast of Utqiagvik.
That's a place.
Yeah, that's a weird name.
UTQIAGVIK.
Oh, Jeremy.
And so
Oh, sure.
you go over there, you find like a nice big bag of dog food,
It's a Sour Patch.
and of course some Sour Patch, and you head back up front. Jeremy is absolutely not reacting to your approach. This dude is out of it right now.
What?
Just standing there.
Put the dog food up. I found it.
He actually jumps a little bit. It's like, oh, will this be all?
Yeah.
All
Here's,
right.
I'll use my credit card, my parents' credit card.
All right. He scans the credit card, and I think he hits he hits your fucking constant customer card, whatever it is for this place. The fucking loyalty card that he has for this singular, like, one of the two chains that are out here. Like, is this store, and then it's the store vaguely across the street, and those are the only two of this chain, but the loyalty program works for both.
Is this the Spiffy Mart?
It is now. It is now called the Spiffy Mart.
Cool.
I'm writing
I
this
said-
down.
So he swipes his
Great.
Spiffy Mart card.
So he kind of beeps it. He uses the loyalty, and he rings it all up, and hands you your stuff. And he's like, "All right, man. What? Do you have a dog? You?" He
No,
actually like kind of
like-
comes to for a second. He's like, "Wait, what? Why are you buying this?"
No, I don't. Do you have a dog?
No, no, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Well, have a nice day. And he just kind of looks back down at the.
I love this interaction.
Yeah, he looks back down, and you start your, I guess your walk home, because this place is like half a mile, like quarter mile to half a mile away from your house. This is an
Hold on.
easy walk for you.
Can Jeremy, while I'm leaving, scream, "Hey, don't forget to add me on Xbox"?
Yeah, he actually does. He's like, hey, don't forget, my gamer tag. Blake, what's his gamer tag?
It was like Swagbucks690.
Don't forget to add me, Swagbucks690. As he says that, somebody else like walks in and kind of glances at him and is just looks really confused by the interaction. But you head out of there, and you start your little walk home. Along the way, you look out
Did I
into
get wet or
the-
dry food? That's important.
say
Did I
again?
get wet or dry food? Did I get wet or dry food? I guess I chose.
What did you get?
Wet. I got wet food.
You got wet food. Are you so what are you doing with this dog food now?
I want to make a Scooby-Doo trap with it, and
Something absolutely despicable with
Give
it.
me a descriptor. Tell me what you're doing.
my dad's in the military, so we have like some military equipment, so he has like cameras for like wildcam cameras.
Oh, no shit. Okay.
So I'm like, this is an opportunity to make a TikTok of finding a dog and going viral, finding the dog and getting $100. I'm like, this is my Scooby-Doo plan, and I'm gonna get this, and this is gonna work.
So, are you where are you doing this? Like, you have like normally like a long road that just goes between
Is there
your
a park
house
nearby?
and
Is there like any sort of park nearby?
There's a park over on the edge of town. It's a little bit past your house, and it's a little bit more on the east side, over towards the pits that you wouldn't know yet are super related to it. But it's kind of in that nexus area where you keep hearing all these stories, from the internet. You kind of triangulated a nice little area, and you're like, hey, this park would be a good place. So you go to the park. There's nobody there. There's never anybody there. Nobody really knows why they made a park out here, because it's cold as shit.
But dog parks, and that's what my
Oh, it's a
brain
dog park.
It's a dog park?
Is that what you? Is that?
Oh.
I was imagining like a regular park like
I
a
guess we go to
really
whatever.
sad wood chip, like two
Closest, like,
slides and some
yeah,
swings.
maybe whatever like the closest park was to the house that went missing.
Yeah, so you go over there. It's one of those like sad children parks. That's like two slides, like a small little
Yeah.
jungle gym on the inside, and like a few swings. There aren't any kids around or anything, but you are like in between like two other houses that are like in the area. Not super close to them. There's like a good probably like 100 yards between the houses, and this park is like off the side of the road, like a little further displaced from the road, but between the two houses. Like the houses in this area are pretty spread
Myself a
out.
trail cam.
Say again?
Was I allowed to give myself a trail cam?
Yeah, I don't care. That's
Okay.
you reasoned it out pretty well. I like that. And so I'm gonna have you with your triangulation of this place. I'm actually gonna have you roll investigate a mystery again.
Investigate a mystery.
Also, sorry
Is
to the
that-
other guys. I haven't let you guys do too many rolls yet.
I'm the master. 2d6 plus 2 again?
2d6 plus 2. Actually, give me a second. Let me think about this. No, before we do that, you actually, when you get to the park, you actually do notice, looks like some stuff has been kind of torn up, and it was weird, like, with all of your searching, there's like, it looks like a section of, like, the wood chips have been, like, dug into the, like something dug into the ground. Maybe there's some, like there's it feels like there's something off. Normally there is at least like one or two kids out here, but it looks like something weird happened here. So I'm gonna have you roll investigate a mystery, so that it would be 2d6 plus 2 for your sharp.
Yeah. 12.
12. Okay. So
What
Um,
the fuck was that?
Jesus Christ.
What
So
was
Sorry,
that?
that was my natural reaction. Thanks for making me feel very self-conscious about naturally
No, you're-
reacting to your sick roll.
Your mic cut off and it sounded like a
it
bomb.
did.
went off.
It did.
Okay, that's funny.
So, on the Monster of the Week revised Hunter reference sheet, you'll notice on Investigate a Mystery,
So
you
some
can,
fireworks.
on a 10 plus, you can ask 2 questions from the following list. And on a 12 plus, you can ask me any question you want about the mystery, not just the listed ones. And I will answer truthfully.
Is there any hair fibers visible?
You should
like-
consider looking at the questions that you can ask before you use up the singular...
Wait, where's that?
On the Monster of the Week revised Hunter's reference sheet, under Investigate a Mystery.
Oh,
You can
I
ask
see.
2 listed questions, and you can also ask an additional question that doesn't have to be listed.
Oh, I see. Wait, where is this at on this list?
It should be second column, first page, towards the bottom.
Oh, investigate mystery.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and these. Okay, I see.
So you can. These are nice leading questions if you want to ask some of these, but you can also ask any question you want about the mystery, not just the listed one. You get two questions.
So I can't ask anything.
Yeah, you can ask anything. I just say these are nice questions to ask if you wanted some guides to it, and I wanted to make sure you had access to these before asking more
But if I
specific.
rolled under a 12, I would only have to be able to choose those prompts.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Oh. So I gotta think for a second.
Certainly.
I gotta ask. I get 2. I get 2.
You get 2 questions.
This shit's torn up, you said? So
It looks like a little torn up, but you haven't really looked at anything yet. So I'll tell you, like, if you say what happened here, I'm not just going to give you a short
I
answer.
didn't think you would. That's why I'm trying to figure out what I should ask.
I'm not gonna monkey paw you this. I'm gonna
Yeah.
answer as fully to the question. You rolled really well.
Is there any?
You
marks
asked
that
what
point
happened
to-
here, and I'm not going to tell you what happened there because you said here.
I guess a good finding out question would be: is there any like marks that would show maybe the size of what was here?
All
Dictate
right.
this.
I will. I'll treat that as so that I
Is
don't
there like
shortchange you.
huge top prints or like you know what I mean?
I'll treat it kind of like you asked. What sort of creature is it kind of here? Because I don't want to
Yeah.
just say yeah, there are marks, and it looks big.
What does it look
Uh,
like? What does my intuition say it might be? I guess. Or I
this
guess.
uh, for the time being, I actually for 12 plus. You know what? I'll let you do. Instead of asking me any questions, I'll let you ask three questions, and I'll be vague on the third.
Do
Because
the other guys hear what the answer is to this?
the players do, the characters don't. You can once you
Gotcha.
convene with them. If you end up doing that, then you can
So I
learn
don't.
more about it. So ask me three of the generic questions. We'll just do that for now, so that you don't get kind of got by answers. I don't want to shortchange you here.
Uh,
They're good questions, to be honest.
where does it look like it went? Where did it go?
Where did it go? So it looks like there are actually some tracks that are from the center of the playground that lead out into the pits, and it's behind the tracks. Actually, no, there are tracks that lead out into the pit, and you can see this is kind of a muddy area outside of the wood chips. Like, there's not a lot of vegetation in Alaska. It is a largely snowy area, but luckily we're in the summer, so really all you see is like some vaguely like dead
The pits are
grass.
real thin.
Say again?
Are the pits are real thin?
Yeah, absolutely.
You should have posted pictures. I
Look in Google Maps. Just zoom in the area. You'll see a lot of like circles of water. 25% of the entire Prudhoe Bay is water. Um, and so like you're looking out, and it does actually lead out to an area, but at some point, it just kind of goes off into the distance. You would have to follow it a little bit further if you wanted to find out more about it. But I can uh, I'll let you ask some more questions before we if you decide to follow it before you continue.
This is a lot of questions for someone to ask that doesn't have any curiosities yet.
Well, you want to find that dog, don't you?
I want to find the dog, but my plan was to set up the food here and film.
Well, you don't have to follow it.
Yeah, I don't have to follow it, but what else would give me information that would drive me? What would I like naturally ask?
Uh, you should I don't know what you should read some of the questions. I feel like some of them might be relevant to what you're trying to do here.
I feel like it'd be weirdly metagaming for my character to ask some of these right now.
This isn't you asking someone else this. This is you investigating a mystery, and this is what you discover. This is the meta part of the game. The fact that you rolled
Um,
so well is indicative of you discovering some of the situation and me explaining to you how you found out about it. You're seeing tracks on the ground, and you can see them lead into the distance. If you ask other questions, I'll reveal more of the situation. But there will be parts of it that I don't tell you depending on what questions you do or don't ask. If that
about
makes any sense.
what can it do?
What can it do? You upon looking around the area, you actually obviously these are kind of deeper tracks, which imply kind of like a medium-sized creature. It's no bear, but it's also not like a squirrel or something like that. It's like you would say akin to, and to be meta, a dog sized creature. But upon looking at some of the other parts of the area, you do actually see like surrounding this wood chipped area. There's like a wooden like surrounding thing that kind of holds all the wood chips in place, and you actually see like where one of the marks would be. You do actually see a claw mark, which
I
strikes
think
you as
I'm gonna
odd because say
to
again.
TikTok. I think I'm gonna film all of this as I'm seeing it too. I feel like the character would do that.
I love it. I love that. You're
Yeah.
so obviously this thing can actually do some damage, and maybe you find some more claw marks around it. Like you actually find one on one of the swing sets, which is kind of concerning.
Why would it swing at a swing set? Uh. Okay, so I guess I know that.
And you have one. I'll let you have one more question. from the list.
You already asked what can I do. I can't ask like what can hurt it. Like what would tell me that? Is there blood or something? I guess what can hurt it?
I guess that would be a question that I'd
There's
say you
like
can't
a
necessarily
lot of this.
ask,
It's
right?
like I'm not seeing how it would work right now.
No, that's fair. I guess other ones you could ask are, what happened
I don't know
here?
anything.
What's being concealed here? What was it going to do? Where did
Questions might make sense to ask with you knowing the knowledge about it, but for me, they mean nothing.
No, it's not your character asking these questions. It's you revealing more about the situation based off of what you find. This is Blake asking me these questions, and I
Yeah.
will reveal them appropriately. What can hurt it probably wouldn't work right now.
Dude, I'm reading all these. I don't know what else could help right now. I guess I'll let you choose one of the. I really don't know.
I guess I'll say, what happened here?
I
You
already know what happened here, right?
you asked, what sort of creature is it and where did it go? Or sorry, what can it do and where did it go?
Well, when I came in, you described what happened here.
I described some of it. What happened here? You actually, upon looking around the area a little bit further, you find and it's very faint because it's a lot of mud in the way, but there's blood tracks, red stains that are leading across the same path that this creature had decided to walk in. Clearly, something actually went down here. You don't know if it's like people blood or if it's animal blood or if it was the creature's blood or if it was the dog's blood or if it was something else that's going on here, but something attacked something else while it was in the park and took it off with it. And you can actually, now that you look at it a little bit further, you can see kind of dragging marks next to uh, the prints that lead off into the distance.
Seems
And
like something happened here.
I would say so. And that would be your investigate a mystery roll.
Wow, that
So
was hard.
I assume you set up your whole situation here, right?
I guess I'd follow the tracks. I wouldn't. Now I have new information.
Fair enough. So you're gonna. I'd assume you have some generic it's hitting 5 o'clock. Luckily, the sun doesn't go down until midnight. But
But
uh, uh, obviously
my
you
eyes
probably
don't feel
have
this bright,
enough
but
stuff going on that you can just follow the tracks out there. It is, I will say, not a friendly situation. This might be a wild animal type situation. That your character
big raccoon,
would be aware of, something that can do damage to another.
like a fucking polar bear.
You can actually. You said, what can it do? It is not as big as a polar bear.
You know, big as a polar bear.
It's a mid-size. If I were to compare
Polar
it
bear
to,
cub.
you're almost
A
inclined
polar
to think
bear
that it's
cub?
you could almost be inclined to think that it's kind of almost like a wolf. Maybe it was a polar bear cub, but something along that size. But whatever it was, it did some damage to something else, and it made its way out of there carrying whatever it is that it did damage to.
Ooh. Okay.
So you'll
I
follow it out.
with my camera.
All right. TikTok in the whole way. We will cut back to Avery and Neil for the time being while you continue on to investigate this.
Okay.
Avery and Neil, you guys have been chilling on the bus, and you finally get to Avery's stop. And as you're getting a little bit closer, Avery, you and your little technology, nondescript techno watch of who knows what brand, get a Amber Alert notification saying that a kid has just gone missing. One of the local preschoolers or not preschoolers like kindergarten, early grade school age children has gone missing on the other side of Derringer,
Are
and
we
actually, Neil, you get the same notification because you're in like a weird. You guys are right by the cell tower because it's just right on the beginning and in the middle of Derringer. But you guys both get this message. Penny also gets this message too, and she's like, "Oh my god,
Oh
who
my
did
God.
what? This isn't. Do you think this could
Who
be the
stole
thing?
that kid?
Do you say that? Do you say that, Kenny?
I think Penny
thought that's
said
what
that.
Penny would say.
Who stole that kid? What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
The shit.
But
That guy's the
basically,
bus.
it's describing this. It's describing this kid who is now somehow gone missing. Over on the other side of town, over near the pits, the water pits. Stating, obviously, if you hear anything, call this. The Derringer Sheriff Station, for as small as it is getting involved. And you can actually hear sirens off in the distance as they are investigating the area. But with that in mind, that's all you guys hear for the time being is that happens. And you guys arrive to Kenny's place. The bus stops for a second, and you can actually see, like, you hear the bus driver groan, and you see ahead of you on the road outside of Kenny's house, or not outside of Kenny's house, but directly in the middle of the road is like a police blockade, and they're trying to check the cars ahead of you for kids. There aren't a lot of cars; it's just one car ahead of you, but they're now checking everyone who's going in and out of Derringer. And as they get on the board, you can see one of the thing moves up a little bit further, and they get on board, and one of the sheriffs, comes on with his like flashlight, waving it around, pointing in people's faces, looking around. It's like, any of y'all seen a young kindergarten age kid on his way out of Derringer? He points his flashlight at you, Kenny. You actually look probably the most adult out of everyone else who's on this bus right now.
Yeah. I'll I'm gonna say no. No, I haven't seen anything. We'll be sure to keep an eye out though. We'll be out tonight.
All right, you kids. He points it at Neil and Penny. Penny's like, no, I just got the Amber Alert. I don't know. I've been also with Neil this whole time, so I don't think, unless he saw something. Did you see something, Neil?
No, I mean, I've just kind of been here listening to you talk about the dog for about 20 minutes.
You actually, the police officer raises an eyebrow and says, the dog? You talking about that dog that went missing earlier today?
The pooch?
Yeah, she was telling me about it. I didn't know whether to believe her or not, but
I'll
guess
tell you, she's actually not talking about a dog that went missing. She was talking about a weird dog that was outside of her place. That dog and the dog that Blake is trying to find are two, as far as you guys know, different entities.
A lot of dogs in the
Gotcha.
story.
Okay.
Not to say they're the same, but also not to say that they're different. I wouldn't want to reveal something mystery changing like that to you right now. So this actually would not be the same thing.
Okay.
It's like, is that the same as that dog that went missing earlier today?
But now he knows, right? 'Cause that's-
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Well, we got some. He pulls his hand up to dispatch. He's like, we also got like a potential wild animal situation going on right here. This may be something crazy. 10-4.
Oh.
And he's like, well, I've been notified. I don't know if you guys have been seeing. Well, no, you kids are coming out of school. Why would you have seen this? Something about like a missing dog out on the other side of town. Well,
I'm gonna speak up and say that I in fact have heard about it and I'm researching it.
oh, well, I'm certain if you know that, then you know to be careful on this evening because now we have had two missings. Two things have gone missing over the course of this day. One of which a lot worse than the other. This kid, I'm going to tell you because some people have been tempted by that $100 prize that the nice lady over on Juniper Street has decided to say is that do not go seeking this thing out. That $100 is tempting, but it is not worth your life, especially if this is the same thing getting both of them. I'm not going to say that we got a Bigfoot problem, but I'm vaguely concerned that we have a Bigfoot problem. Maybe you probably roll your eyes because that's some people are really taking the cryptid path when they're assuming this kind of situation because that's just a thing that people do up here is they read into not a lot happens up in Alaska. This is the talk of the town. The dog disappearing was the talk of the town. The kid disappearing is like the talk of the year. Whether or not the kid like is up in someone's like hiding up in his parents' attic or something.
Yeah.
So after he, gives you guys that spiel, he tips his hat to the driver and he gets out of the bus and he go ahead and lets the bus pass and you guys are continuing down a little bit more of the way before you hit Kenny's bus stop and you hear Penny turn to you, Neil. Or actually Penny turns back to you, Avery, and it's like, you heard something about do you hear something? What was that about a dog? Something about a dog and some money?
Honestly, Penny, it's nothing to be worried about. There's some nice lady's dog went missing, but she's gonna be okay.
Well, I'm more curious about that money. Like, that's $100 is not nothing. I can buy me a lot of Sour Patch Kids with that.
Penny, trust me. Stick to the schoolwork. You little shitty shit.
Yeah, she kind of frowns at that and kind of turns back. He kind of turns back into her seat and just kind of gives you eyes, Neil. Maybe she doesn't. No, she sees you sit with the guy a lot. It's like,
Avery said shitty shit. Is that real?
maybe he's a weirdo. I don't know. And she gives you eyes, Neil. And it's like, that's the guy you sit with. Is he fun?
No.
You say that from the back of the bus?
Yeah, I can still hear them.
But as you get closer, do you guys live near each other? Would this be like the same bus? I think this would be the same bus stop that you two get off of, but you walk in opposite directions as soon as you get off the bus stop.
I gotta walk like 3 blocks to get on my bus stop.
Yeah, it's not a big city, but
I gotta walk.
Penny lives a little further into town. As you guys get to the bus stop, Kenny and I should say Neil and Avery, you guys both hop off the bus. This is like smack in between you guys' two households. You wouldn't know it, but like you just know that one walks one way and one walks the other way. And as you're hopping off the bus, Neil, Penny's like, if you hear anything, let me know. That $100, that's good pocket money. Also, obviously, the kid. If you hear anything about the kid, definitely tell the police.
Who?
I'm gonna look back at Penny matter of factly, and I'm gonna tell her, Penny, I will not be letting you know anything, but I'll see you later.
She actually kind of throws her hands up, like, who asked?
He's the fucking.
And then you guys get off the bus and drives away, and you can see Penny kind of like peering out at the two of you as it drives off.
He's got
She's
big
just
dick,
very
though.
angry.
Like not even like pissed, but just like, what the fuck was that?
He's just big dick. That's what I guess.
I'm not from here. I do
don't
not
fucking
care.
Do you say this? you say this out loud to Neil? As you guys
No. That's an internal thought.
No, fucking fuck it, man.
Scream it. Can you get naked?
I am not
Can
from
you
this
get
shitty
naked?
little town. I do not care. Later.
And I assume you was that all said to Penny?
Yeah. No, that's just to
He does the
Neil.
gritty off the train.
yeah, I'm doing the gritty. I'm hitting the disgusting gritty. Yeah, do that. That's one way to hit the gritty.
Fortnite dances off. Left foot.
All right. You guys have both gotten off the bus, and the bus is driven away. You guys actually have a moment here to kind of contemplate the situation before you go your normal separate ways. Do you have anything you guys are trying to say to each other? Because you guys haven't really been talking the whole thing, or is it just kind of like a part ways situation?
Kiss.
Jesus. I mean, I did hear something about a dog. Have you heard anything else about dogs in the area?
All I'm gonna say is you better not go after that dog. And if you do, let me know before you go. I don't want anybody getting hurt around here. I'm gonna hand Neil my phone number so he can get in contact with me.
What does Avery look like? Do we know that? Do we get a good description?
Oh yeah.
I'm like 6'1". I'm like I'm a white guy, broad shoulders. I'm built big, but I don't like I don't stand too tall. I don't like I kind of hunch over. I keep to myself most of the time, but I'm still outgoing.
Do you
like
look kind of suspect?
Constantine?
Not suspect, but I dress mostly in like blacks and grays and
Parkas, obviously.
Are you like a Constantine personality? Is that what this is? I'm trying to figure out your character.
I kind of.
My character is loosely based off of a Belmont, like.
Oh, I can see that. Okay, I see what you're doing for now. I'm trying to imagine your character, how he looks. So I can see that. Yeah. Personality.
Just slightly longer hair. Dark hair, light skin.
So a Belmonte personality.
A little too ripped.
A little too ripped.
Yo.
One extra muscle. And...
like just noticeably ripped. Not huge, but just like a little. Pack. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I have a 9-pack.
While you guys are getting off this bus with your 8-pack flexing in the wind,
doing the gritty,
you're doing the gritty at the bus as it's going away. I'd imagine, Neil, you're watching this fucking horror show as it's occurring. It's just like a light pole and like one of those covers over like a bench. That you would see at like most bus stops, but it's like with nothing else within like any close range to it. It's just a bus stop in the fucking middle of nowhere where you can see like a few houses like off in one direction and a few houses off in the other. But against that, after grittying your way for a solid 15 seconds while the bus goes off into the distance.
And he's still losing her mind on the bus.
Kenny, you actually notice the poster. One of the posters put up by Jerry Graham has been put up on the little bus stop light pole. It's a picture of the dog that you've heard vaguely about, and it actually it says like find the dog. $100, and then a contact number, and all that information. So you heard a little bit about some of the money that like somebody was offering money for it, but this is I will also say in Derringer, like rent prices are low, which also means that people don't actively seek to make a lot of money. So it's like
cost of goods are the same though, right?
Cost of goods are.
They have to be.
Actually, cost of goods are kind of higher because everything has to be
because it's hard to import, yeah.
So $100
It's gonna be
is
expensive and fucking
$100
Alaska.
is a good amount of money.
I bet you get paid a lot for each job that you do, though, if you're living there.
But you pick up on this and see the actual amount, which might not necessarily. I don't think your character needs the money, but clearly it is a non-zero amount of cash. It's something that would matter to the general man. And Neil, you also see this too. I think the police officer went vaguely into about money, but yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any reaction to seeing this, or is it just kind of eh?
I guess I'm probably just a little curious about why $100. Like, is this something that's a little impending? Um,
It's
Maybe is this something that we need to look into?
it's it's $100. It's money for finding someone's dog. I'll tell you, there's nothing really to read into at this moment.
Okay.
It's just somebody misses their dog a whole lot and is doing their best to try to get their dog back to them because they're scared. And so they're really incentivizing people to go out and find it. And maybe during the bus ride, you had actually seen some people like with. I guess it was daytime, so they wouldn't need flashlights. I was gonna say with No, they have flashlights, and it's really weird that they had flashlights just pointing it off into the plains in the distance, and people are actively searching for this dog and also for this kid. But that's what it shows. Other than that, you guys live in different directions. Is there any interaction? There doesn't have to be, but you guys just head towards your respective homes.
Did you catch earlier the interaction that I had with
Yeah, you did the
Neil?
gritty.
No, the other interaction.
Oh yeah, you gave Neil your phone number in case he gets involved
Yeah.
in something.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah.
If you could do the gritty, my character's gonna love you. We can make TikToks.
Blake, 1 to 10, you say your phone number out loud right now, and that's my character's real phone number. Your real phone number is my character's phone
Oh
number.
God,
Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
Not do that? All right.
let's
No,
not
I
do
do-
that on stream.
Well, that's exactly why I wanted to do.
Oh, I know what I do. I take a picture on my phone and I save it just in case, but I'll keep it in the back of my mind.
What does the phone sound? Ching.
Uh,
They gotta
It's
make a
whatever
lot of
the-
phone sounds because of
It's
the
whatever
subject.
it's whatever the second to latest iPhone is. It's a hand-me-down.
Oh, gotcha.
That's a fucking upgrade compared to my iPhone 7.
I got an 8 plus. Holy moly.
Kenny's an Android guy.
Oh god. No, Avery's an Android guy.
Avery's an Android guy.
Avery's an
No,
Android
for
guy.
fucking sure.
Yeah.
But after you take the picture, take Kenny's thing, I assume you guys just head down your respective lanes back to your homes.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny, you head back towards your home. We're going to find some time to cut back to you later. You're heading in the opposite direction of the bus and the opposite direction of the town because you live a little bit outside
yeah,
of it.
closer to. Yeah.
A little like closer to in between Utqiagvik and
Yeah.
the other one. But Neil, you are taking that nice like quarter-mile walk back to your house, and while doing so, you spot on the side of the road like a couple of people, peering into the bushes. They're off in the distance, you're not even within like shouting range, but you do see some people around like looking. It's hard to tell if it's for the kid or if it's for the dog with the money, but by the time you get home, you make it home and you got your nice, your nice purple house. I forget, do you live with your tutor?
No, the tutor comes in. The tutor lives in town, and so he'll come
Utqiagvik
in.
or Derringer? The
I'm
town
not-
you live or the big town with the school?
the big town with the school.
Okay.
Yeah, he lives closer to the school.
But your caregiver does live there. So you get home, and how is your relationship with your caregiver?
I need to see what name I gave her.
I was actually about to ask that next too. So.
Yeah, Evelyn. She, I don't think anything like negatively of her. I know that she's trying her best and everything. Obviously, I know that she's not my mom.
Give me a description, like a vague, it can to whatever degree you feel is necessary. Is she older?
Yeah, she's a little bit older. She's about 45 years old. She tends to wear a lot of sweaters, lots of like long black pants, maybe some like dress shoes and stuff like that. She tends to be not like preppy, but she tends to be, I guess, comfortable and casual, I guess. But I have a pretty decent relationship with her.
Okay. As you are getting close to your house, you can actually see her on her porch. Like, you guys have a rocking chair on your porch, and she's just kind of sitting on there, and like looking around, looking back and forth. And she sees you, and she like bolts up, and kind of heads towards you. She's like, what kind of accent should I be going for here?
Go for an English accent.
Oh, fuck you, man, for that one. All right. English girl, female accent. Here we
Oh
go.
damn, this is gonna be hard for you. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Easy.
I'm gonna mute myself for a second to practice.
He made me voice a girl. Now he's gotta fucking do it for real.
Oh, I can voice women. I can't voice English, and I can definitely not voice English women.
Oi, matey!
Oh!
Oh my gosh. It's like a fucking pirate.
All right. Give me a second. My lord, I was incredibly concerned. Have you heard about the news?
I mean, I've heard a few things, but I haven't seen anything on TV. Why?
She grabs you by the shoulders and like interrupting you, and she's like, yeah, and she's like pushing you into the house as you're telling this, and she's like, it's a kid went missing, and like there's a dog that's been off in the distance. $100, which is honestly a pretty penny. I was absolutely fucking terrified that you had been taken by whatever this thing is. Oh my goodness. I do not know what I'd be telling your parents right now. And also I care for you. And you get inside, and as you get inside, you can smell like a nice casserole is being made, because it's like 4:00, and she's working on like dinner at the moment.
Yeah, I was about to say, she cooks a lot of food. We have a lot of hot chocolate and tea inside the house to probably last for the next year or two.
You can also hear like as you walk into the house, like the whistle of like the tea kettle, and she's like, oh goodness, and she lets go of you and hustles into the kitchen. Hold on, let me write the character trait. Under this character, just British, just writing British.
It's just British.
And she comes back into the room with some chamomile for like herself, and like another one that she places in front of you. But you've lived with her, she does not get offended if you don't drink her tea. She just likes making it for more than one person.
Yeah.
Are you a tea drinker? Is your character drink the tea?
Oh yeah.
Like a spot of tea.
A spot of tea.
Whoa, tea!
Well, at least our schools.
I'd be lying if I'd said I wasn't a bit concerned for you. I'd feel silly to talk about now, but I actually went out into the fields a little bit, just in case. I know you were at school. I know you were at school, but you need to promise me you're not going to go out tonight, because this is an absolutely knackered situation.
Don't be rambunctious.
Don't be rambunctious. This situation is absolutely knackered. and she's like fastly steeping her tea. Like she's clearly been like looking for you, and she's like, I saw some strange stuff out there. It was, I don't know. Maybe I was just getting nervous. And she turns away and kind of flips on the television, which is talking about everything that we've been hearing about lately. Nothing surprising. This is the talk of the town right now. But you guys spend some time unwinding. How's post school conversations go with her? Sometimes I guess she turns to you and she's like, "How did your classes go? Did you face any trouble in school?"
Let's see, how do I think about this? No, not really anything in particular. I usually just kind of ask the teacher for help after class, because sometimes it's hard for me to remember the information, but I think I'm doing just fine.
Have you made any friends yet?
Um,
I know I ask
I-
this every time, but I hope one of these days you'll say yes.
I met this one girl named, Penny,
No shit.
but,
No shit.
yeah,
she
'cause she
kind of puts her tea
knows.
down. She's like, "Whoa,
On the queen.
a girl."
But yeah, I mean, obviously Ben's still kind of bothering me at school, and so she kind of helped me gather my books after a little incident. And then we talked on the bus, except she kind of got a little out of hand.
Out of hand.
And then basically she kept talking about a dog and $100 reward.
Yes, this is the thing that I was. Yeah, there was a dog that disappeared, and she was actually talking about the dog that she saw outside of her window. She did not hear about the dog until Avery and the cop brought it up. But she was talking about like some weird dog-like creature that she saw outside of her window, and she. I'll assume you were talking about that for the sake of, but she's like, that.
Yeah.
Wait, like a strange looking like. Like a wild dog, like a coyote.
Mhm.
That was weird. I'd heard some rumors about town, about some form of dog creature. Also, obviously, Bigfoot. We do have Bigfoot issues up here currently. Obviously. Well,
Everybody's in on the
big.
everybody's in on the foot.
everyone loves the foot. That's also the name of the local dance club. The
Really?
Foot. It is now.
What?
It's the only bar in town is the Foot.
No.
It is.
It
It is also a no, it's not a biker bar. I was gonna do that if it was closer to Dead Horse, but I can't make a biker bar out here. She's like I heard some things about that, and my mind might be playing tricks on me, but I swear I might have seen some out when I was looking for you.
So what?
A few dogs. They almost looked like they were. I don't know, getting in a. It was really far away. I was scared that I saw you that you were getting dragged away by a dog, but I kind of squinted my eyes, and it was just obviously the animals out here are rather ravenous with each other. There's a lot of caribou on polar bear violence, as I'm certain you remember. Especially if you stray too far from the town.
Don't get him bonks.
Hmm?
Yeah. Oh crap, how do I follow that up?
I don't know. Trying to figure out
Yeah,
too.
I don't know what it is.
Oh.
I think my character just needs to speak up a little bit
I
more.
just feel like okay.
But yeah, Evelyn's normally not really like that. Normally she tends to keep to herself, and sort of like ask how I'm doing, but like this is
Yeah, she
If-
was
if
really
she's like,
concerned
this
for
is-
you.
yeah, if this is frantic, then she's gotta be this has gotta be serious, and then I kinda tell her, well, now this is kind of like the third iteration that I've heard about these kinds of dogs. I think something's going on around town. Um,
Well, obviously, it's Bigfoot, right? Like I've been looking for him today, and I I didn't quite.
Is this-
What is it you've heard?
um, just a dog. Um, just a dog from Penny, and then a dog creature from. Um, there was an officer trying to because of everything that's going on, the officers are trying to check out all of the kids that are going to and from the town. Um, so I heard that bit of information from him.
Oh
so
yes,
I don't know
the
what.
the Amber Alert about the kid had gone missing. That honestly, that kind of convinced me to
Oh.
go out and. Well, after I'd returned from my trip, I was almost tempted to go out again, but I knew if you had come home from school, you'd be coming home around that time, and I did not want to leave the front porch, so I was a little nerved, as you can imagine.
Right. Well, I mean, if anything happens, I might be able to just message or call Avery.
Avery?
We,
A friend?
Ye- um,
Oh yes,
Yes.
he's that strange man who does the gritty every time he gets off the bus. I think I've seen that from the distance. I can kind of feel the energy.
That's one way to hit the gritty.
The gritty.
You somehow hear that and respond that from a distance. That's when they hit the gritty.
You
No, but she's
pronunciating gritty.
The gritty.
Gritty.
The gritty. The gritty.
Pronunciating both the T's.
The gritty.
Great.
He does the gritty off the bus.
you up the boss.
But she's like, she knows who Avery is. She also knows who he is in relation to the town. He's, actually, Avery, what's your reputation?
People know me, but only because I let myself be known. Right? Like I talk to people.
Tells me. doesn't
You know,
care.
like with Shrimp Bitly.
Yeah.
Like I'll shoot the shit with anybody, but like if it were you know, in any real scenario, that would be like giving up information that would let people know who I really am. I can turn away as fast as I need to.
Okay, so you're
Nobody
not a
really knows.
scoundrel, but you're just kind of.
No, I'm just
Yeah.
I'm kind of an outcast, a mystery.
But I'd
type
imagine
guy,
not
but
like
very
he's
nice.
a fucking weirdo on the edge of town. It's more like
No.
we just don't know a lot about the dude.
Yeah.
All right, so she's just so your caretaker Evelyn is, you know, she doesn't have a bad perception of him. She's like, well, you should. Should we schedule a play date?
He's not that kind
What's
of
his-
a friend,
should we-
Evelyn.
What kind of friend is she actually raised it? What kind of friend is he? Are you getting too
so-
old for play dates? Oh,
He hits the gritty after riding the bus.
It has to be sexual now.
God.
I saw him do the gritty. It is serious.
No, we're just nothing more than acquaintances, that's all. But obviously, I have his phone number in case I need to reach out to him.
Oh well, that's good. All right. Well, if that's the case, and you hear a ding off in the other room, and she hops up from her seat that she was at, and she's like, "Well, I'll continue on with dinner for the time being. Then, you should really consider keeping these friends around. You're awful quiet for somebody who's as new to town as you are. You can really reinvent yourself out here."
I guess I could. I don't know.
You could learn the gritty.
You could. You
guess
could
I'm
learn the gritty. She doesn't. She does not say that. And she goes into the other room and continues making the casserole. And you guys, for the time being, continue to have a normal night. We're gonna cut back to Corey. You have been following these tracks further and further
Okay.
out into the wilderness. Now, the wilderness out in Alaska is not like forests and trees. It is like very much plainer. There are
Crunchy
not
and
a lot
arid.
of. It is very arid. It is very very there is it is flat as fuck. Is what I'll say. Out here in Alaska. So you were just kind of following this in a direction, and with it's somewhat uneven terrain, but there's no trees, there's no large plants to get in your way, and at some point you kind of come to a point where it it's almost like the tracks kind of they don't dissipate, but they become so peculiar. It's almost like something happened in this area, and then it became a lot more chaotic, and then things continued from then on in like two different directions.
Does it
Uh,
seem like there's an area of like most things happen, like a center of all this?
yeah, yeah, like various like steps and uh, 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 like sections of the ground that look kind of dented. The area is like very muddy. Uh, I'm I'm actually going to have you. No. I was gonna have you roll another investigate a mystery because you're still like
Why
really
am I the
reading
one
into this.
rolling? Why am I the only
Because
one
nobody
rolling?
else is at the mystery quite yet. It's for the most part setting up for
How
the
the fuck did I
situation.
speedrun this shit? How do I always speedrun this shit?
It's more or less the situation you're in, and I'll make you do this. Um, you can actually I'll give you you can see that there is a cluster of motion. This the blood trail that you've been following, the blood trail and the situation you followed, it kind of leads to this section of like there's a large amount of what is scuffle. There's a big scuffle, and then there are tracks that go off into two different directions. Uh,
Okay.
I'll
Two different, like, besides the way
yeah
it went and the way it left.
yeah
There's
I'll
like
let
you guys.
your situation your previous investigative mystery ride a little bit here, because you asked where did it go, um, what can
Yeah, I
it
didn't have that many
do, and
questions
what
yet.
happened here. But I'll mention that the tracks that you've been following move off further into or they move off right, kind of perpendicular to where you've been walking this whole time, and another set of tracks that you don't really recognize start moving off kind of diagonally, like to your left.
Where does the blood? You said the blood
The
stops somewhere.
Actually the blood is still going off to your left here.
You had followed the blood.
You follow the blood. All right.
Yeah.
It is now, with the time that you've been walking, you've probably gone a mile, maybe a mile and a half out into this area. It's hitting wilderness. You're seeing like caribou off in the distance. There's a lot of birds.
Caribou. Are there caribou in Alaska still?
There are. Uh,
Oh.
I've looked a lot of information about Alaska. You see maybe some foxes off in the distance, trying to hunt some birds, but you're following this, and it's kind of reaches a point where it hits the edge of one of you're now also deep into the pits, and it hits the edge of this pit, and it kind of just stops there.
Do I look down? I look down the pit.
You don't really see anything. And you know what, I'll have you roll for the third time. I'll have you investigate a mystery.
Okay. So that's 2d6 plus 2 again.
Mm-hmm.
Roll again. Wow. 10.
10. All right, that is a wow. What the fuck, dude? Okay, you can ask two questions.
Uh, does it seem like there's any movement around?
You do actually with a 10. You have to ask the specific
Oh,
questions.
you're right.
For
You're right.
investigative
You're right.
mystery.
You're right. You're right. I forgot about that. Where's this shit? What is being here?
What is being concealed here? You can see on the other side of the bay there is a small outcropping with like a rock, a few like jagged pieces of rock that are large there, and you can actually kind of hear some noises coming from the other side of it.
Uh-oh.
So there is
Uh-oh.
something nearby.
This is a really long video I'm taking.
No, you're taking like 40. This is like a part 72 of your snap of your
I guess that's how you do it, right?
TikTok.
You just fucking make one, like, 5-minute interaction, a 72-part TikTok series.
Yeah. You can ask one more question.
Let's see. What sort of creature is it? Can I ask that?
Yeah. You are able to take
Since
a
I
closer
hear
look.
it.
It looks like the tracks change a little bit in between as it gets close to the water, and you're able to pick up a human footprint, and then you start to
Uh-oh.
realize, oh, those were shoes
Shoes?
that were leading off into the distance.
Timberland.
Those were Tim's. Somebody was walking
probably
with
actually
their
weird
shoes all the
influence.
way out here. It was the mud is soft enough that it doesn't show you the full print. Like it doesn't show you the exact insole of the bottom, so you couldn't really pick it up before now. But seeing the change in it and recognizing that it changed from this strangely like ovular shape to a very clear human footprint, you can tell that there's a person. And now that you've picked up on it, you can kind of hear someone sobbing on the other side of this rock over there.
There's a person crying on the other side of the rock.
Yeah.
I call out. Does anybody need help or something like that? What would I say? Does anybody need help?
Use your character
that's
voice.
Does anybody need help?
All right. The sobbing stops immediately, and it's gone immediately, very very quiet, and you can see someone peeking out from the edge of the thing. They cannot be older than like 9. They
Wait,
are.
I got
They
the
are.
Amber Alert too, didn't I? Because I have a phone.
Say again.
I got the Amber Alert too, right?
No, you actually didn't. Heading out here,
No?
you have been. You walked far enough away from all the cell towers that you did not get the Amber Alert. You stopped getting notification. In fact, all of your TikToks have just been kind of like archived for the time being because they're not
Yeah.
posting. But
I gotta edit
you,
them
you
still.
expected as much.
Constantly posting TikToks.
No, I gotta edit them. That's how TikTok works, Logan.
Well, sure, but like you're archiving the videos.
Just constantly posting TikTok.
Well, no, I know you're stopping every 1 minute to edit what you've previously done and then continue on, right?
I think I'm just on my camera roll, just filming a long video, and then you edit it on TikTok. Isn't that how people? That's
Also-
how people do it, right?
You called this out, like, "Hey, is anyone there?" Right?
I said, "Do you need some help?" I hear someone crying. I say, Does anybody need help?"
They did get quiet and they peeked out, and you can see like a little hand like waving you over.
Waves me over. That's so scary. They don't say anything. They stop crying and wave me over.
They get really quiet. They do peek their head out. They're like giving you like the shh like face, and then they wave you
that's
over.
different.
You couldn't get a good look
I
at their
say-
face or anything though.
What's wrong?
Do you still yelling this
I
out?
say, hey, what's wrong?
The kid peek their head out again, and they actually like kind of like shh.
I'm filming a TikTok.
You can see this kid. He's like he's like sticks his full head out. He's like, "Shut up!"
Is there an animal?
And he's like he's actually now starting to panic like pretty badly, and he's looking around pretty frantically. You actually off in the distance after yelling all this you were hearing the noises of the planes before, just the sound of like generic bird calls and caribou grazing noises. But upon looking around again, it's gone quiet. and you actually don't. Any animals that you do see are kind of retreating from this general location, and it's gotten eerily quiet.
Okay.
This kid is still giving you like a
Okay. And I guess I approach him.
You can see that this. You go over behind the little rock
I think he'd
face.
come to me at this point.
No, he is not. He's refusing to leave the little like rock area, the rocky area. He just keeps like rapidly gesturing over, like get over here, get over here, shut up. As you approach the rocks, you can see this kid like he reaches out and he grabs your hand and he like pulls you behind the rocks and he's like, this kid is not looking good. You could only see like his head when he was peeking out, but his leg is fucked up. He is currently like he is barely moving right now. With
Oh my
it,
god!
it's
Oh
not
my
like
god!
a
You okay?
it's not
Oh my
like a
god! Oh
hep.
my god! Oh my god!
Are you yelling this?
Yeah, and I'm gonna call 911.
You have no cell signal out here.
Oh, I tried to at least.
That's fair.
I checked my
You
phone.
you try to, but I'll tell you, it immediately just like nothing goes through. This
Okay.
kid's not actually he's not bleeding out badly enough to kill him, but
His leg's
it is
bad,
definitely
but
something
something
that
no.
you need to take this kid to a hospital, and this kid is like he's breathing really hard, and he's barely able to get out the words help leave like help leave and like grabbing his
Help
leg and
leave?
trying to and like groaning and softly sobbing a little bit.
I pick him up. He's 9.
Yeah, he's 9.
Pick him up.
You can do you like piggyback him?
No, fireman that bitch.
Like cradle it. I don't know. Cradle him like fucking out front. He's 9. He can't weigh that much.
That's true. 9 is like
Dead weight,
Yeah.
baby. You
Yeah.
you have to fireman carry that.
no, you don't need to fireman carry that. You go to pick up this kid, and he's helping you out.
This is
He
a huge
is
kid.
he's not that big. He's just you can tell he's not very old. His clothes are in tatters. He's muddy. He's like picking him up. You can feel that he hopped on
Robin
the river.
fight or flight mode.
His Tims, however, are dry as shit, and you kind of got to commend him on that, except for a little bit of mud on the bottom.
Isn't it
uh,
ironic because things are drip?
They are. It is kind of ironic. And like you still, as you are picking him up, like you can see him freeze, and like he suddenly like grabs you by the chest and he's staring off into a direction, and you see where his gaze is going, and you meet it and you follow it on, and you see as you know, with how long it took you to get out here and when you did everything, it's now hitting 7 o'clock where the sun is starting to it's touching the horizon, but it's going to stay like that for quite a while before it fully goes down, just because of the nature of what it is right now. In this like long dusk that you have hit, where you can see out where the blood that he was dripping was reaching the pool, you can see a dog-shaped creature. You can see it's a black, four-legged animal with
Oh,
a
no.
long tail and what a you can't
I
really
stopped
make out
filming.
the face. So you've been carrying him with one hand and filming with the
No,
other
I
hand.
said I stopped filming. I said, oh no, I stopped filming.
Do you pull the phone back out and
No, I can't. I'm holding a fucking kid.
you can give it to him?
His
Hey,
fucking
passed out
leg's
kid,
broken.
can you record this?
Hey man, can you
Yeah.
this thing is sniffing around where the blood had entered the thing and is now kind of looking around. It is blocking the way you came. On the other side of it is the you can see the lights of like the city as it's reaching dusk. Some of the lights in the city are starting to turn on.
You know what I do?
What?
I have a fucking Jimmy Neutron brain blast, and I realize I have a bag full of fucking wet dog food. I throw all of that down on the ground.
Just in front of you?
Yeah, and then I start not running, but walking away quickly.
Like, directly away from the thing?
Yeah, back from where I came from.
No, the thing is in between where you came from.
Oh, why is it? So
Whatever it was, it heard something and it clearly turned around. I'm actually gonna have you
I was imagining this map completely differently then.
No, you were heading away from the city. You
I thought
walked into their shoes led into the water, and then on the other side of the big water thing was a rock formation. The kid was behind that, and then now the creature is where it would have entered the rock, so it's in the direct opposite end of the pool from you, and in between you and the city, because you were walking away from the city.
So it blocked the way I came?
It's not like blocking it. Like, clearly this is an open field. You can go around it, but if you go that way, it's going to see you.
Yeah, that's why I put the food down, because it just wants the food.
All right. I'm going
so.
to.
That's my Jimmy Neutron brain blast. That was my plan.
I'm gonna have you roll to read a bad situation.
Roll to read a bad situation. What does that mean?
Actually,
Roll
no. You put the bag of food down. Do you like open it?
Yeah, it's wet dog food. I splatter it.
It's a wet dog food. Fuck, I forgot about that. Okay, the moment you open it, you open it and it does that little crack thing, and you immediately see the dog creature stop sniffing the ground. And then it starts sniffing the air, and then it makes a direct eye contact with you two.
I thought I already did.
No, it was just looking around where the blood trail ended at the water.
You said my eyes reached it.
You looked at it. Oh yeah, sorry. You looked at it. Do you want to remedy the situation then?
I thought you said our eyes met already.
No, you were looking at it. You met the kid's eyes when it was staring at the thing.
So I just have to figure out what to do. This thing's at me. I don't have any skills. I don't have skills, do
I? What are you trying to do in this situation?
Fucking live? What?
All right, I'll have you roll to read a bad situation.
Roll to read a bad situation.
This is one of the moves in the game. This is a 2d6 plus your sharp again, but it's there are different questions to ask.
So I roll again. What do I roll?
2d6 plus your sharp score. So I think that's 2d6 plus.
Yeah, 2. Trying to fucking survive. 13.
What the fuck? All right. You can ask, two. Oh, sorry. You can ask 3 questions, of the various situations here, and you get +1 on going for, relevant information in case you have to do
What's
more
my
rolls.
best way out? That's all I need.
What's your best way out? Obviously, this thing is looking for the kid, and it is currently focused on where the kid had entered the pool. If you take a long route around, like, we're in a section full of like various deep pools. If you like back up and go like the long way around, there's a good chance that this thing won't see you.
Let's do it.
You get 2 more questions also.
That's all I need.
All right. Then go ahead. You and the kid are now heading that way. What are you doing to make sure that you aren't seen?
Walking quietly. I don't behind trees, I guess. Like
there are not trees. That's the problem. This is very much a plains environment. There are intermittent rocks. But there are long. This is another thing about the best way out of. There is. Chances are you would need to distract it. One way or another, if you wanted to get out of here.
Also, I thought I was asking what's the best way, not the best path.
What's the best way out of here is taking a long way and or distracting it. you don't know how fast this thing is, and obviously there is a chance that it notices you, and clearly it's after the kid.
Then that's pretty broad. Best way out.
You have 2 more questions.
I don't need any more questions. I just need to know how to get the fuck out of there. That's all I was trying to do.
All right. Well, this is your situation. What is your best response to trying to get out of here? And you
I
can
walk
also
backwards
since you
swiftly.
got a 13, you can ask me any questions that you want about the situation, not just the listed ones.
I don't have any questions. There's a fucking dog about to fucking eat me, and I need to be out of there. I need to know how to get out of there.
Yeah,
Would you consider playing Regeki?
that's true.
Exactly. I'm fucked, dude. What do you mean? I need to get out. That's literally it. So I fucking back up slowly. I do all I can do.
All right. You start taking the long way around. This dog is very fascinated with the entrance. As you back up, you start to go around. You can imagine this like imagine like very large polka dots across this field, but each of those polka dots is like an entire pit of water. You back up and you decide to go a long way around, weaving through a couple more of these pits, and now you're a good distance away from the thing. But after you're watching this, it doesn't see you, but after sniffing out the blood for a hot second, it looks to its left and it sees a second pair of tracks that don't lead into the water. And it's seeing your tracks, and it's now beginning to kind of follow your footprints. It hasn't picked up on you yet, and you are like a good distance like ahead of your tracks, but you are it is you actually, as you continue forwards, it reaches towards the other end of the rocks, and it finds the like a small where the kid was, and your kid is still dripping blood, and
Yeah, I need to get the fuck out of there.
so are you gonna try to move a little bit faster here?
Sure, if it sees me.
Uh, if it sees you?
I thought it saw me.
No. It's now picking up
It's-
that on
I
your
saw
thing,
that
and
it
now it's
saw the
following the
tracks.
kid's thing again, and it's following your tracks. It has not followed. It's not picked up on you exactly yet. It has not. It doesn't see you. You're too far ahead, and it's kind
Do I
of dim
see
out.
that it sees my tracks?
Yeah, you can tell that it's kind of tracing your steps at this point.
Damn, this shit's fucking smart.
Do you say that?
I mean, I guess it's fucking deduced like a fucking detective right now. Uh,
Well, it
fucking,
continues.
yeah, I guess I just run.
You start running. All
What
right,
else do I do? Yeah.
I'll have you roll to act under pressure.
Okay.
So this is actually plus cool. Whatever
I
your
got
cool
fucking
score is.
-1 cool.
All right, so that means 2d6 minus 1.
Is this a really long turn? Has this been like a long time?
Since the beginning of this turn?
Yeah.
IRL or in the game?
I roll.
IRL, maybe.
I got
We're
a
gonna.
fucking 2.
You got a 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a 2.
All right. You start to take off. Go ahead and mark experience.
Okay.
You begin to take off, and as you like go to run, you actually lose your footing like
killed the kid?
entirely. You drop the kid in front of you, and both of you just kind of splat to the ground. The kid cries out in pain, and you can see the dog thing, whatever it is, immediately rear its head up and stare directly at the two of you. It is
Did he?
now running. After seeing you two, it is now going full force, following like the shortest path to get to you guys. It is still a good distance away, but this thing is moving fast. This kid is also still on the ground, very much.
I fucking. What do I have? I don't have anything, do I have dog food and the boy. The
You
boy's not
have dog
grown.
food and the boy. I mean, you tell me
Fucking
what would you do in this situation?
try to throw my dog food at it.
You throw your dog food at it, like to
Yeah,
hit it or to distract it.
they hit it.
To hit it. Okay.
I'm fucking
Uh,
scared.
I'll. Let's see. Uh, I guess you throw. I'd imagine you open the dog food first.
No,
No, you just throw the full
it's
can.
the shopping bag.
All right. I assume you also pick the kid up
I'm
too,
gonna,
right?
I'm gonna throw it like a. I'm gonna throw the thing first. I can't throw with what fucking kid in my arms.
This thing is actually way too far away for you to throw it. You'd have to be waiting for it to approach you to throw it.
Uh,
It just sees you from a distance and it's now beelining it for
how?
you.
What's the distance?
Like a football field and a half.
That's fucking far. I
It's
backed up a
far, but this
lot.
is a 4. Yeah, you got a good distance away, but
So
you got
it
its
saw me
attention.
fall a foot and a half, a football field and a half away, and I got its attention.
No. You dropped the kid, and the kid screamed out in pain.
Oh, he screamed.
Yeah, because of his leg. He landed right on it.
So he screamed and let the dog know. Fucking. I guess I just pick him back up and start running again.
All right. You guys continue down the way. You are working as fast as you can. This kid is behind you. I can. I'd imagine your adrenaline is pumping, but this thing is steadily catching up to you. It has caught your attention, and in the dusk, you are starting to get more and more of a good look at this thing. You haven't had a good chance to turn around, but that thing is not a fucking dog. That is not a coyote or anything. And this is exemplified further by an ear-shattering scream that it produces after you pick up the kid and continue running. This thing does not make an animal noise. You've lived out in Alaska for not very long, but you know what a bear and what a fox should sound like. This is not either of those. As you're running, you two are running back towards the town. Since you got a good head start, it's going to take, I'd say, a few minutes before this thing catches up to you. We're going to, in this moment, actually cut back to Neil. This isn't the exact same time period as everything else, but Neil, you are chilling at home on the back porch of your house. Does your house have a back porch? Would that be overstepping it to say that?
I mean, my parents would have the money to pay for it, so yeah.
Your food was hot. No, it's more like a sunroom. Because it's
Okay.
cold. It's cold as shit outside.
That is pretty cool, yeah.
And you're sitting out there. It's nice because when you do that, you can kind of it kind of cools the food for you, especially in this like late summer time period. And you're just kind of sitting out there enjoying the scenery of this just absolutely lush vistage, and you hear off in the distance this blood curdling scream.
To me?
No, Neil does.
Oh.
Neil hears the scream that the thing just produced for chasing you.
Oh, I see.
And this is you're no survivalist or anything, but this is not a normal noise.
Yeah.
And actually, after you hear it, you're looking in that direction, but you also see kind of in your periphery, because you're not in the same like salt pits. If like, or not the pits, the water pits. If Derringer's like, you can imagine Derringer just like a circle. Kenny is to the bottom left. You're kind of on the edge towards the bottom right, like southwest or southeast. And
Okay.
where all this situation is happening with Blake is like over in the east section. As you're looking off into the east, you actually pick up on a second scream. It's the exact same one, but it's significantly closer. It's not close enough for you to have noticed it, like that. You're like, oh shit, is this in my backyard? But like something that's like in this dusk time, you can see something coming out of one of the pits off in the distance and just beginning to sprint off into a direction. After making this secondary
Oh
scream.
my gosh. Okay. So what do I do from there?
What do you do from there?
What do I do from there? Um,
He sees this from
first,
his window.
first I drop everything. I just drop my bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And, like everything or whatever I'm eating, and I immediately go to Evelyn and I say, um, because she heard the scream as well, and so I was
No,
like,
she was inside.
oh,
She didn't hear anything.
okay,
In fact, you really
okay,
get the feeling that not a lot of people have heard that second scream. You vaguely heard the first one, and you're like, oh, that's kind of a weird bird. And then you heard
okay,
a second one, and was like, what the fuck is that? You know?
okay. So then, what I do after that is, after I drop everything, I immediately call Avery, and I'm like, yo, did you hear
Talk
any
it out,
bit of
man.
that? Um, yo, I completely just heard a very loud shrieking scream in the distance. Um,
Okay,
I'm
did you
not
pick up the
really.
phone?
Oh,
No, no. Yeah, I'd pick up the phone.
Oh yeah. So you're calling Kenny. Kenny, I assume you're having a time. Did you hear this? Were you in a situation? Actually, I'd go as far
I,
as to say you didn't hear this happen.
no, I didn't, probably. I mean, just statistically speaking about it, we probably live about quarter, or like, half mile apart from each other. There's very little likelihood that I heard it.
Something like that. Yeah.
okay.
So you're calling him.
Yep, and I tell him, listen, I heard this really loud shrieking scream. Um, I think this is something you might need to go investigate. And I actually heard it twice. Um, this second time, it seemed like it was coming a little bit closer to where I'm living right now, and I think I was able to make some sort of figure out of it. What do you
Are
think
you
we should do?
sure you're not just, putting stuff in your head over the stuff with the dog and the kid? Like, you're not just freaking out a little bit?
Give me a voice, Kenny.
Are you really sure that you're not just freaking out a little bit, man? Like, we did hear like about that dog and that kid. I'm not really
No, the
sold that this is a real thing, man.
yeah, I'm, I know that we kind of freaked out over that, but this, I'm very sure that I heard both of those screams. What do you think we should do? Are you still?
Okay, give me a few minutes and I'm going to grab some things and I'll meet you and we'll go meet up.
All right.
Good.
Where should we meet up?
I'll come to you.
Oh,
Do
okay.
you just
All
have
right.
like a car or something, Kenny?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, a car or snowmobile or something. I know that snowmobiles are pretty common modes of transportation in the area.
I did not, but that's good to know. Uh,
Okay.
all right.
I mean,
I
it's all
assume you get
snow,
off the
yeah?
phone, Kenny. You're doing your prep work. I'll leave you. Your character's doing his thing, and we're just going to catch up with you again once you've gotten
Yeah,
outside of his
are
house.
you comfortable with me grabbing like all of the equipment that is on my sheet?
Yeah. By all means.
Okay.
Uh, Neil, you've just finished this phone call. What's your plan of action here?
Um, going inside. Okay. So after all that, I go inside and I lock the doors. Um, and Evelyn looks at me, um, kind
Is
of.
she in the living room while you're doing this?
Yeah, but because she's still been watching the news and everything, she's been able to process and understand the situation. So
I mean, she knew all about this, but you're acting weird. She turns to you, she's like, "What are you doing? What's happening?"
okay,
She's like kind of like putting her hands on both parts of her chair, like both arms of her chair, like ready to get up. Like, what's going on?
okay, okay. That's when I start telling her. Um, I heard these really loud shrieks outside. And I'm just really worried that it might be that creature that we're seeing on the TV right now.
And you think you're gonna go handle it?
Well,
Actually, I
I
guess you
don't
were
think.
locking the. Actually, no, fair enough. You were locking the door. She's like, "You kidding me? You heard what?"
Yeah, I wish I was. I just called Avery, and we're gonna try and see what we can do to figure any of this stuff out. But for now,
Figure it out.
we need to.
What do you mean? Figure it out.
Well, well, for now, we're just gonna take shelter just inside here and see what happens. I've locked all the doors. Do you know if there are any other doors or windows we need to lock?
I don't think you need to ask Evelyn that. You know all the stuff in the house. That's
Oh, that's a
all
good
the entry
point.
points and all that stuff.
That's a good point. Yeah.
If you wanted to, you can ask her to help you out with it.
Okay. Um. So I think we're just gonna lock all the doors and windows. Could you help me out with that, Evelyn?
Let me ask: are you planning on going out and convincing Evelyn that you haven't gone out here?
That I haven't gone out.
Like, are you planning on dealing with this situation?
Yeah, once Avery gets to the house.
Okay, so you're saving any bit of that information until he gets here. All right.
Yes.
I think Evelyn buys that for now, and it's partially like if she had any hesitation, that was driven out by the fact that you're reaching out to a friend, and so she's just like, okay, well, whatever brings a friend over as well, like win-win.
Oh.
So like if she was like, why are you calling someone else to come here? That was drowned out, but she's like, okay, well, I guess we're also planning for a little play date. But maybe she mutters that under her breath as she's going around the house, locking the windows and the doors. This area, bear problems are not a big. Polar bears are not a big issue in the summer, but most places are, they're aware of the issues that polar bears have, and people have food in their houses. And so most houses tend to have some form of like hefty locking system to make sure things can stay the fuck out of it. So although this isn't necessarily bear season, maybe you activate the bear locks around the house, and so does Evelyn.
I like that. Okay.
And then you kind of get done. Are you doing anything in the meantime after you've locked everything up?
Um. Not really. Just
I'll
kind of
remind
waiting.
you as a keeper that you have gear.
Oh yeah, that is a good point.
Do you want to? Are you wanting to get a hold of some of that gear?
Um. Yeah, I will probably get. I'll probably get. I'll take both. Yeah, I'll take
You're
both.
taking both.
Yeah.
The pocket knife, I'll say, is easy to hold, or easy to hide. You just pop it in your pocket. But I will
Yeah.
say, if you are going for the golf club, what are you doing with what's your weapon? I forget which one is it.
Baseball bat and
That makes
the
sense.
multi-tool.
Multi-tool, I knew that, but the baseball bat, that's the one I was curious about. Are you just immediately putting that on your person?
Um.
This is not a leading question.
Not just yet. Not
Okay.
until I feel like it's safe to at least go outside or if I see Avery.
All right.
But I do grab it and at least put it like by the front door or whatever.
That's fair. I don't think Evelyn would have too much issue with that. She's still kind of blinded by the fact that you've made a friend that you contacted. Uh, Kenny, Avery has finally arrived to the house. What's your signal? What's your hey, let's do this thing? Do you go up to the door, or are you just like honking on your horn twice? Because you don't know that You don't know any of Neil's situation. Also,
Uh,
describe your car.
Oh yeah.
so, um, I'm gonna go ahead and go with a snowmobile here instead of a car.
Like a truck that's been converted into a snowmobile, or like a full on like.
No, we're talking about like a full three-person
Just
escape,
the
like the really
snowmobile.
long seat.
That tracks.
Uh,
All right.
like it's built for exactly this weather. Like I came, I came out here knowing exactly what I was getting myself into, and money's not a problem.
I'd say this isn't necessarily an off-roading vehicle, but it can get around, especially
Yeah,
in like the worst of times.
yeah, and realistically, most of the stuff that I need to get over is flat land with snow on it, so it works very well.
All right. So you get there. What's your response to arriving outside of his house? I guess maybe he's texted you his address or something like that, and then now you're outside of it.
Yeah, I I grabbed his address and I roll up and I just give it like a three.
Oh,
I just give
roll
the
up.
snowmobile three really loud revs of the engine
Ooh.
in neutral.
All right.
To
Neil,
let him
you
know that I'm
do
outside.
you do hear these revs, and so does Evelyn. She doesn't really process anything yet, but this is where you have to make a move here. What's the situation?
All right. So I knew that he was gonna make those 3 revs.
He did?
'Cause he texted. Yeah, because he was gonna. He texted me beforehand.
All right, all right, all right.
That's their code.
But with Evelyn, um, obviously she's not gonna like it, but I basically just kind of have to break news to her. Um, so, um, so Avery and I, it looks like we're gonna try and scope out and see whatever is roaming around outside. I currently have the baseball bat. I also have the multi-tool. Um,
Sc- I assume at this point you have the baseball bat and multi-tool, and you're park it up. You're
Yeah.
fully ready to leave. There is
Yeah.
no question in her mind that you are not holding up in this house. She
yeah.
had assumed that up until now, and seeing this, she gets a very, very worried and like vaguely annoyed face. It's like, there's no way you're going out in this. There's a child missing and a dog. Who's to say if either of them are alive? Why would I let you leave this house? No, you are not going out. And she crosses her arms and kind of steps between you and the door. Not threateningly, but enough to make a point like, there's no way in hell you're doing this. I'm not going to let you do this.
Hmm.
Step out the way,
Bitch.
bitch. That's what
Yeah,
Avery says. That's what Avery would say.
I will remind you, you do have, in addition, if you choose to do something that convinces her otherwise, I will tell you to roll for manipulate someone. But you also have moves that the mundane has.
Oh, that's true.
So don't forget about those. Those I will not remind you of. Those are things that you have to tell me that that you will be activating, because it's technically this game is kind of like a you guys versus me. I'm trying to separate you. Well, other than
I would
be interesting. Well, that's true. Other than making the story interesting, my goal is to make this continue to remain interesting, and your guys' goal is to end this encounter.
I feel like I'm gonna fucking die.
Yeah, Blake might die.
Let's see. Okay, well, I can't reason with her. So I think I'm gonna have to.
You can try to reason with her, but it would be... It could go poorly. It's up to you. And you should know that this isn't necessarily a role that you shouldn't think of it like deception in D&D. How would you approach the situation? Would you try to just escape? Would you try to convince her otherwise? Would you try to tell her the real situation?
Yeah, I would try to tell her the situation. So I'd kind of tell her, I've been hearing these screams outside. Nobody else has been noticing anything. Um, I literally just texted Avery about this, just because it seems like he's had this hand at this sort of stuff. Um,
I'd say
if
that with this situation, I'll let you decide. All right, this is. I'll let you decide because this goes between your playbook and the general playbook. I'll let you choose whether this is manipulate someone or the mundane move. Trust me. Both of those are
oh,
roles, and you should consider reading them both before you make a decision here. With the, or I'll also explain it. Manipulate someone is give them a reason, tell them what you want to do. You roll plus charm on 10, plus you give them a reason, and they'll tell you the minimum it would take for them to do it, or essentially they just go along with it. 7 to 9, they'll do it, but you have to make like it costs something. And if it's really low, I get to make what is called this is the deal. In general, I'll tell this to everyone here. If you guys roll a 10 plus, good shit happens to you. If you roll a 7 to 9, you get something, but I make what is called a soft move. If Blake had tried to run away with the kid, Billy, I didn't tell you the name. If Blake tried to run away with Billy and he rolled a 7 to 9, I would have had the thing maybe pick up the pace but not notice him. But because he rolled below a 7, I had it notice him immediately and beeline it. Those are the difference between a soft move and a hard move. If you ask for manipulation, on a 10 plus, they'll do it. On a 7 to 9, I get to essentially ask for a compromise. And below that, my character, it's probably not going to be good for your character. Your character won't like the result. Maybe you get grounded for a week afterwards. Who's to say? But it also depends on the route you're trying to trust me. Because on trust me, if you roll a 7 to 9, they could ask you a big question. They could wait for a while, or they could have a better idea as an idea. You should consider looking into those. But this is good to know that the difference between successes, soft moves on my part, and hard moves.
okay. Um, let's see. Let's go with my character would go with the trust me.
Okay, so tell me how this would go. What would you say to her?
Let's see. Listen, I know you probably think that this is all crazy, especially with everything going on. Um, but I contacted Avery just to see if we could see whatever is going on out there. Um, currently um, let's see. I'm not sure how many people heard those shrieks, but if there's something out there, there might be some other people that are out there too. Um, and I'm afraid that if anybody hasn't, and if nobody else has heard that, then we might be the only ones and save them.
All right, give me a roll 2d6 plus charm for trust me. What's your charm score? Your charm is +2. Goddamn.
Yeah.
All right, so this is a good move for you in general.
Gonna be a nat
Uh,
ones.
Nat 1, 2, snake eyes, baby. Show me snake eyes.
Ooh,
That is a. What is the. You got a
it's a
9.
9.
That's a mixed
Seven is fine.
success.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough.
This is a thought for me. I think I have to adjust my stream a little bit. There you go. Because your name is the longest in the Discord because of your fucking name.
Oh, yeah.
Cornelius Androvich Butts Sam Roll. 5, 2 result 9. I don't know if you've seen the stream setup. I actually have a thing that shows the rolls that you guys have.
Yeah, I see it.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, when stream started, it just said me saying, "Boo, you stink."
Yeah, I know, I know.
It's funny.
So I think she wants to come with. I think she
Because
says
there
I,
is another seat.
I think she says, if you feel this is best, I I can't get in the way of you making another friend. This is a new place for you. Has she known you since before this?
Uh, Not very much. We only met when we had to relocate.
Okay. So but she has seen you essentially kind of without friends, and she is not just a caretaker, but she cares for you. It's not just about the money. She has grown an attachment to you, and in doing
Yeah.
so, I, I, not gonna get in the way of your friends, but I will. You're going to have to take me. All right. And she starts to go and grab the things that she would need to put her like she's grabbing her coat, and maybe she's grabbing a weapon of her own, but she kind of leaves the room for a second. Do you uh,
Okay.
do you let her join?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I was giving you an opportunity in case you were like, no, fuck this.
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, because there were three seats, I was kind of assuming that she would be tagging along somehow. So.
It was not part of my idea. I'll tell you that before this
Oh,
roll.
really?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
This is the thing. Whatever your character, don't think about what should happen. Whatever your character would do in this situation is the prime thing. Would you let her join, or would you just try to go without her?
I'd let her join. Based on my character, I'd let her join.
Okay, it sounds like you trust Evelyn
Yeah.
quite a bit. So
Yeah.
she actually grabs a rifle that you did not know was in this house, and she puts on her like large parka, and she cocks it menacingly, like let's do this. But then notices that that's an actual full round. She dropped on the floor and she bends over to pick it up and put it back in her pocket because she's like, I might need this.
Oh.
So Avery, you after revving your engine, a few minutes pass, and you see the front door open and two people walk out. It is Neil, the guy that you know, and another woman who is much older than Neil, but is holding a rifle across her shoulders, or like behind her back. And she's also heading out directly behind Neil. Do you have any issues with that, I guess?
Excuse me, is this a question for me? I
This is
totally
a question
missed
for
what you were addressing me.
Shmenulon. You see
Yeah.
Neil, the guy you know, and an older
Yes, of
lady with a
course.
rifle on her back leave the house as well.
I'm gonna, uh, I know about search parties. I know about I know that this scenario seems kind of dire, so I absolutely understand that there might be another person coming along. But
Absolutely. All right. I
so
just wanted to
I'm
make
not
sure.
shocked at all. But
I like the rep. All right. They hop in the car. Evelyn is just kind of letting. I think she just nods to you, Neil. And it's just like, you take the reins. I'm just here for support right now. Do you guys just shell off?
yeah, Neil, I gotta know, man. Where did you think that you heard this screech coming from? Was it back towards the bus stop, or was it farther down this road?
It was farther down, like along here, over a little bit more towards the east. But it was coming a little bit closer. So I'm not sure if the monster's passed by then, if it even is a monster.
Okay.
You don't know if it's a monster or not, Neil. I like that idea. Bigfoot's out there. I heard him
Yeah.
scream.
Yeah, I heard a Bigfoot scream.
Evelyn is definitely thinking that Bigfoot is out there, and she's ready to kill
She's
Bigfoot.
ready, yeah. She's got a
She's-
helmet. Yeah.
she's
Well,
she's
my-
got like a she's got what's
Yeah.
it called, the Russian hat that like with the ears that flop down. Do you know do you know what I'm talking about?
Do they have a specific name?
They do,
Do they have
don't
an
they?
English word?
Is it in? It's not an Ukashenka, right?
I got no clue, bro. That sounds
Me neither.
like the word babushka to me. I don't know.
Oh
It
no, I
could
might
be
I might be
really
thinking
vague.
of the
Babushka's
Belarusian
grandma.
politician Lukashenko.
Isn't Babushka grandma?
Russian hat. I need to know this for this. Oh, Ushanka. Wait, I was close.
You weren't that far.
It was it's an Ushanka. It's the thing that like drapes over the ears, and also has like that fuzzy thing up by the forehead. But you can also like
Yeah,
pin
I
it
know
below
what you're
your chin
talking
or
about.
pin it above. That's an Ushanka. She's got like
Oh.
she's got a Ushanka on, and it like looks sturdy as shit.
Does she have war paint on?
No. She's got
Okay.
makeup. But I think she was just
working.
wearing that before she left. So you guys head off in that direction. Blake, we're now reconnecting with you here. Also, touching base, how are you guys feeling in terms of this campaign so far? You guys still somewhat fresh? I'm getting to a stopping point here, but like not too far away from it. But I just want to get a baseline for how you're feeling. You're not getting are you getting tired or anything? Like legit.
Physically, I'm
I-
tired.
I could be done soon.
Yeah.
All right.
if you're
We're
coming
not
up
too
on a
far away
stopping
from it.
point. Yeah, no, but I'm not like itching to get done.
Yeah.
I've been watching the how long we've been doing this. I'm gonna try not to let sessions last longer than 4 hours, and we're at 3 hours and 11 minutes.
Okay.
It's probably not gonna be exactly 4 hours though. It'll probably be less than that. So Blake, we'll cut back to you. This thing screamed and ran after you. You maybe heard off in the distance another scream. But chances are this thing was freaking you out way too fucking much, and your stompy feet in the mud was too loud for you to have heard the thing off in the distance. So all you know is that you're running away from the situation. I'm going to say that this it's been 2 minutes since this thing has started chasing you, and it is really started to close the distance. This thing is
2
now.
minutes, you could get across the football field pretty easily.
Say again.
2 minutes to get across the football field.
It's not just a football field. It's like, it's a football field distance where it's running at you and you're running away. So technically,
Okay.
like,
Just like right on, like if like 2 more seconds, I'm in its mouth. basically.
it is really getting close. I don't think you've had a chance to check back, but it's you're hearing the noises this thing is making idly, and it's really starting to fucking scare you.
I'm fucking running for my life.
All right, I will have you. Are you trying to really fucking burst through it?
I'm trying to fucking live. I don't know. Yeah.
I will have you. Are you doing anything, or are you just keeping up with the situation for the time being?
Dude, I can't do anything. I gotta run, dude. What do you, I don't got. Do I have anything? I don't have anything. Do I?
I mean, if you're just running, that's what you're doing. All right,
all I
as
can
you're
do.
continuing to run, you're getting closer to civilization again. The fucking 2 hours it took for you to get out to that point was mostly because the every 2 minutes or so you had to like edit and then upload your TikTok.
Okay.
So the way back is actually a lot faster than you would have expected. But you are not in the safety of civilization yet. You are this thing is now nipping at your ankles, and actually after sorry, I had to burp. After running for so long, you got a little tired, and this thing actually got a solid clamp down on your back leg. You didn't see it happen, but you felt it go ahead and take one harm.
How do you do that?
Click one of the things in harm.
Okay.
This hurts like a motherfucker. You can see why the kid was crying. This isn't a bite. This almost feels like a clasp. And in that moment of falling down, it hits you in the back of the leg, and it does knock you onto your ass. You drop the kid again, but ahead of you at the very least. This thing, you are now facing it. It is not a dog. I think that was apparent beforehand, but upon looking at its face, you can see that its skin is a pale green across its entire body. Its knees are the opposite way a dog should be, almost like it was trying to replicate a dog, but looked a little too close at how humans make their knees. And when you look at its face, you can see a sprawling mass of tentacles that are spiraling out from a central nexus at the base of the neck. This thing clamped down on you with whatever the fuck that thing was on its face, but this thing is not human.
Not human. Okay.
This thing is not human. This is not of this world. Or at the very least, this is nothing like you have ever seen before.
Right.
What is your response to getting bitten and seeing this thing? Are you trying
Fucking saying owie, owie, owie.
All right.
Owie, owie, owie.
You say owie, owie, owie. This thing, after biting you, had also fallen down because it was absolutely just fucking hunting for a little bit of damage. So it really risked its its balance on that. But as you're sitting there saying owie, 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 it slowly starts to regain its balance. It tumbled over, but it's now looking at you and gargling, which feels like the akin to it growling as it slowly starts to walk around yourself while you're laying there on the ground. What do you do for this situation?
I'm fucked. I just fucking try to get up again. I don't know. Yeah. I don't see there's a way out of this.
I mean, don't forget you're playing the spooky, and you also can just like would your character just be trying to get out of the situation?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to have you roll to act under pressure. So that'll be plus cool, but add 1.
Isn't it -1 for cool? My cool's -1.
It is -1. Whatever so I guess it would be +0.
Roll 2d6.
Yeah. Just 2d6 flatly.
9.
9. All right. You slowly get up and you're able to get a hold of the kid. Again. Are you trying to save the kid? Still?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're still trying to save the kid. You're able to slowly get up. This thing is like circling you, kinda. And in the briefest of moments, you kinda just scoop up a little bit of mud very slowly and just chuck it at the thing's mouth as hard as you can, and it makes it sputter. It disorients it for just enough time for you to be able to start running off in the direction, but you are not running as fast as you were before. Your leg is hurt. And so after this thing finishes up the situation, it continues back on after you.
Oh no.
This creature is beginning... You know what? This creature is beginning to piss you off. You just wanted $100, right? That's all you wanted from the situation. You just wanted $100 and a cool TikTok.
And the dog
a
back.
monster, and I'm running for my life.
And now you're running for your life. This thing is actually making you rather angry, and you're just wondering if you can just fucking make it go away. And so I'm actually going to call upon the dark side for the spooky.
Whoa.
Your
Okay.
impulsive nature is kicking in, and sense of self-destruction. You set the kid down and give him a push in the direction that he's supposed to go. And I think what you want to do is set the kid down, let him continue on, and fight the monster yourself, fighting this thing off.
I thought the kid couldn't move.
The kid is has a fucked up leg, but that doesn't mean you can't convince him to try to get away from here. He's gonna limp.
So
You could run before, but this kid could not have escaped this thing.
he can like crawl on his fucking. He can pull himself forward.
This is what the dark side is wanting from you. It's wanting you to fucking mess this shit up.
Okay. Let's do it.
You following through with it?
I guess I don't know what's happening. I've never had a power before.
It's not necessarily even your power. It's just you can feel it deep in your brain. Actually,
My
you know
booty.
what? It is a little bit of your power. What I'll tell you externally what it wants you to do. I'm going to, if you follow through on this, I'm going to make you roll for kick some ass. You will take damage from doing this, but you will deal damage to the creature as well.
Okay.
Are you okay with this?
Sure.
All right. Go ahead and give me a roll plus tough.
Tough is 0.
So go ahead and give me just a... let me actually double check to make sure you didn't roll... No, you didn't ask any other questions for read a bad situation. So it'll just be a plus 0.
None.
9. All right. You get mad. And after setting the kid down and pushing him and kind of just giving him a shove away, you kind of forget that the kid is there. And you just ball your fists up together. And as this thing runs at you, it clasps down on your left arm, dealing another harm. So go ahead and take that extra harm. But in doing so, your eyes, light up a little bit. And you just kind of flex. It almost feels like you're flexing really, really hard. But in doing so, you kind of blast it off of your arm and knock it away. You knock it a good distance. Dealing about... You deal a harm to it as well. This thing is now definitely not happy with you, but it can tell oh, okay, maybe not. Let's not get into a direct I cannot win this direct confrontation here. So it's not leaving you. It's not running away, but it's staring at you from a distance and kind of slowly circling now.
It's circling me again.
With the situation, we're gonna cut back to Neil and Avery. You guys have hopped in the snowmobile. It has taken you about 5. Honestly, it's not a big town. It takes you 5 to 10 minutes to get across town, and you can see off into the distance. Or you can't. It's still kind of dusky, but you can see some commotion is happening off in the distance. Off on the other side of this, playground type situation that's sitting in front of you. I guess, Kenny, your instinct would be to park, but I'm not going to tell you guys what you should do after this. Actually, I'm going to say that following you guys finding this place, Neil, you see something in the distance running towards whatever that commotion is. You see you see the situation. You see it running towards the situation, whatever that thing is off in the distance. You can't be certain that it's the thing, but you see it. Anybody have any moves that they'd like to do? Anything that they're parked the car, heading out, something like that?
Anybody?
Actually, I'm gonna stay on my snowmobile.
Are you actually?
Nah, I'm getting off, bro.
All right.
No,
Kenny, upon turning off your machine and your snowmobile and hopping out, Evelyn, with her rifle in tow, also hops out. She hasn't said a word this entire drive, which is like, Neil, you find that to be kind of strange. And looking at her, you can actually see she's kind of shaking. Like this is not her proverbial cup of tea, as the local Brit.
Hmm.
But she gets out of the vehicle and follows Kenny as he begins to slough off into the direction of the commotion, whatever it is.
yeah. Let's just push forward and try and get as close in as we can, so we can assess the situation.
Are you trying to figure this out as you're going along, Kenny?
Yeah, I mean, it's a, it's somebody's first instinct when you're hunting, especially to try and figure out where things are and what the surroundings are like.
Did Neil, did you point out the creature as you saw it running across to Kenny and Evelyn potentially?
I did say, Avery, I think there's something in the distance. And then I pointed out something.
I think Avery, I'm gonna have you roll read a bad situation.
Okay.
So it's gonna be 2d6 plus sharp.
Nice. 2d6 plus 2.
Kenny's first roll.
Oh wait.
Baby's
Let me
first
get to
roll.
the roll. Roll. Do I have to do plus sign? Yeah, plus sign.
Yeah.
Two. Sorry, my keyboard's numbers are all funky. I got a 9,
No, that's all good.
unfortunately.
You got a 9. All right. So what you can do is you can ask one question from the read a bad situation. And whatever
Plus
answers
one.
you get a +1 roll using the information, but only once.
Okay.
And you see the questions, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Let's just go for it and ask what's my best way in.
What's your best way in? Your best way in is directly forwards, bizarrely enough. Whatever is happening up ahead, you can get a glimpse of it. They are very, very involved. And whatever it is that's speeding towards that situation is also very, very involved. They do not see you in any way, shape, or form. And really, you can approach without any dangers up until you have decided, up until you decide to engage.
Okay.
Uh,
Question for you is there an opportunity for me to be sneaky here?
You know what? I'm going to let that question. I'm going to let you play out what you want to do here. First off, do you reveal this to Evelyn and to Neil?
Yeah, I'll tell them uh Neil, Evelyn, stay here. You have the rifle. Keep your distance. Stay in eyesight and back me up when I need you. And I'm gonna sleuth off directly forward, and I'm hoping behind whatever is going on, so that there's an opportunity for me to sneak up. So as I'm moving forward, I'm actively trying to position in a blind spot.
Alrighty. As you guys, so Neil, do you listen to this instinct of his?
Yes, but I'm shaking.
Fair enough. You are the mundane.
Yeah.
As is Evelyn. Evelyn is she takes her rifle off of her shoulder and obviously steps near where you are, Neil, in preparation to help Avery, but is obviously kind of shaken by the situation. She cannot tell really what is going on, but she knows that it's at the very least serious. Kenny, I assume, are you trying to sneak up on these whatever is happening?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll let you guys go ahead and move towards it. I told you the safety way in. You have given this to Neil and to Evelyn. You guys are just heading in. As you get closer, you guys kind of converge on the spot at the same time as this other beast. So now we have the three characters together for the first time here. Blake, you released your powers when you were a little further away from the other two, and you've just been kind of keeping your distance while this kid has been wandering off. Neil and Avery, you see this kid, and it is the kid from the Amber Alert, like limping away from the situation as a young woman in Blake. What's your outfit?
I'm wearing like a fucking Deftones tank top.
Nice.
On top of your parka.
Yeah.
Somebody in like a Deftones tank top parka combo.
Wait, that's metal.
That is pretty cool.
So metal.
I guess it wouldn't be super cold. It's still dusk and it's technically summer, so you could get away with like a tank top on top of like a sweater. You see somebody with like clearly like a messed up arm and a messed up leg dealing with a situation of one, and another creature is sneaking up behind during this moment. Blake has not, I should say Corey has not noticed this other creature that is approaching from the other end, but you've reached the situation before the creature has. I will provide you, if you're wanting to do something, you can choose either to intercept the creature or to interact with the battle already ongoing.
Talking to me or Kenny?
I'm talking to Kenny.
So I'm sorry. I think I missed something. Are you saying that there's an additional
You heard a second
creature inbound?
Yes, there is. That is
Okay,
what
so there's
Neil had heard that had scared him. He heard a scream off in the distance, and then another scream close by that was sprinting towards whatever that other scream was. You guys
Okay.
have been in chase of whatever that thing was, without, like, just knowing the general direction it went, but you got to the location a little before it did.
Okay. So I think that
And you also see this other creature. Blake does not,
okay. Okay, so I'm aware of this other creature.
though. Mm-hmm.
But I see the one that is currently occupying Corey's
Yes.
attention.
Keep buying Corey.
So I think our best option is to go ahead and engage the one that's giving Corey a rough time.
So you're going to intercept...
with a sneak attack if I can. That is one of my abilities. When
I'm
I attack.
aware. So you're going to attack the other creature from an ambush. You're attempting to kind of intercept it in its movements.
Sorry, no. I want to hurt the one that is currently occupying Corey's attention.
Oh, all right.
So yeah.
Okay, good. I'm glad I clarified. So I'm going to have you.
Slap that one that took my arm off.
Hold on, I have to think about this. I'm going to have you roll to kick some ass.
Okay.
So that's your plus your tough.
Yeah.
And I will say, Neil and Blake, both of you have options of something called help out. I will clarify that if you roll help out on a 10 or plus, you give them +1 to their roll. Only one of you can give +1 to the roll. On a 7 to 9, you gain +1, but you expose yourself to danger. And if you get lower than if you get 6 or lower, you just expose yourself to danger with no benefit to Kenny. So before this roll happens, I will let you know that, so you can choose after seeing the roll whether or not you want to involve yourself to change the outcome.
I see.
So go ahead and roll to act or to kick some ass, Kenny. Wow.
Yikes.
Yikes.
A notoriously bad roll.
Wow. Okay. So, Kenny, I will say you successfully snuck up behind this creature. But I'll say that you buried one of your throwing knives into its chest directly. You didn't get a good look at this thing before you got close. All you knew is that you were supposed to sneak up upon it, and after Blake's little encounter with it, it had closed its mouth a lot more protectively. So you had not gotten a good look at this. Upon well, first off, mark experience.
Learning experience.
And that was +1. Yeah. Even. Yeah, that's bad.
That's a bad roll.
That's a bad roll, man.
Give it to me.
Do I need to help out?
If you
No, it
help
doesn't
out,
matter.
it would move it
Only
to
a
a
+1.
5, and you would get
Which
hurt.
is not.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So you helping out would only make your situation worse. This is
Gotcha.
one of the reasons why, unlike D&D, Monster of the Week is not all about just fighting the enemy. It's also about learning about the enemy and setting traps for it. Fred would be happy. So you bury your knife into this thing's back. And in doing so, you kind of gloat a little bit, like, I got it. Because this would have killed a dog. This would have killed a coyote, whatever this thing is supposed to look like. But you see its head unravel. All the way down to, like, its mid-spine. And it grabs onto your head. It grabs you by the head with the entirety of the tentacled things attached to it. And you take 3 harm from this situation.
Yo.
And you are now unstable, Kenny.
This unstable was at 4.
Unstable is once you get to 3 and at my dictation.
Okay.
Kid's gonna die before I do.
Blake, you did not see Avery beforehand, but now you do. And maybe you recognize him as the guy who, what was it, liked your TikToks or something like that. So this is a rather strange situation. But Kenny, you do in fact do a large amount of damage to this thing. You gain, you do +2 harm in addition to your, I assume, were you wanting to use your throwing knife, like to stab it, or were you wanting to hunting rifle this thing?
No, not the hunting rifle.
You would have.
It would
You
be
would have.
silly of me to get up as close as I did. So I was going in with the intention to either stab a knife in its back or throw it from a short distance.
Okay, fair enough. This thing definitely gets you, but you get it with 3 harm. That is
Okay.
a not insignificant amount of damage to this thing. It has, even though it responds by grabbing you, you can feel after it has, it's almost like gotten you. You can feel a tentacle wrapping around your throat, and it's definitely made punctures near your throat, and that's what's caused your situation to be unstable, is that it has hit a major artery. In doing so, though, you have actually weakened this thing enough that it is you can feel its grip lessening very, very quickly. You did hit it in whatever its heart was, and
damn.
in doing so, like, it would have insta-killed a dog, but this thing is not built like a dog, and it is after
Dog
you
2.
it hit dog 2, electric boogaloo. It releases you, and then it actually kind of like does this gurgling screech, but not like it did the first time.
Like a gungling screech, if
Like
you would.
a like more like a pained, fearful screech. And in doing so, it Neil, you can see because Avery is currently occupied by his bleeding throat. Avery, you can see this other creature kind of pause. It was running full sprint at this situation this entire time, but now that it's seen this situation and heard the scream, it has taken a pause here. It's still moving forwards, but it's slowed its pace way down, and it is now, instead of beelining it, kind of circling the situation. I'll let you choose whether or not you want to act upon that, but this is the current situation we're in. Blake, you are aware of Kenny. The other two are currently not known to you unless they choose to make themselves known. And Kenny, you are hurting bad.
Yeah, I'm big bad hurting.
You are big bad hurting.
Maybe at this point I might like like hit the ground, and it becomes very noticeable to the others that like I need help now.
All right. I will. That's very fair. That's something that I'm not gonna make you do something like that.
Sure.
You see. Neil, you see Evelyn. Evelyn watched everything that just happened. Maybe you're a little bit more timid when it comes to these situations, but Evelyn sees that there's an unnatural looking creature ahead of her, and that it definitely just took a chunk out of Avery, this person who she's just met. And she proceeds to shakily load her rifle and begin pointing it at the creature. Kenny, you have moved a good distance away from the creature, and the creature's moved a good distance away from you. You two have heard each other quite a bit here.
Yeah.
But
How does Evelyn roll for the sniper shot?
Oh, this is
Century.
that's the fun thing, Kenny. I never roll a single die in this game.
Yeah.
It's whether or not you want what could. I'm giving Neil the opportunity to let Evelyn do what she's about to do, or stop her. Not to say that either one of them is a better situation than the other.
I'm gonna let her go. Do it just because she has the gun, and I only have like a baseball bat and a multi-tool, and I don't think the weapons that I would have would be of much use from that sort of distance. So I kind of just let her.
All right, keep that in mind. Give me like 2 seconds. I've had to piss for the last like 5 minutes. This session is almost done, and I thought I could make it. I will be right back.
All right.
You only hold this pee for 2 minutes? I can only pee for like 30 minutes if I have to.
I once held a piss for 2 days.
I held a piss so long it actually like hurt my bladder for like the next 3 days. I think that's how you get a bladder infection.
Ooh.
UTI.
Is that a UTI? I guess it's a UTI.
Could be
UTI different?
either.
I think it's like if you hold your pee, it's a bladder infection. That's different from a UTI somehow. Because like the bladder's not your technical urinary tract.
I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
I am. Which means I can touch
Just some random internet funny man.
What's your address? Does he still have us on? I thought he would have muted us.
Bro, I'm turning on Deftones right now. Deftones would have been so good for this battle.
Have you been listening to him?
Yeah, I blasted him all day.
So good. It's my thing right now, for real.
Yeah, listening to it the other night made me remember how good they are.
So good.
So
I feel
good,
like they
man.
must write their songs in a way that they know how they want the song to sound, and then they write all the lyrics.
Yeah. They have a very distinguished sound too.
Mm-hmm.
It's very easy to identify what their method of making music is.
My God, that's so much better.
Hey,
I've been
bro,
drinking
don't brag
beer,
about your
man.
piss.
We've been talking about bladder infections and Deftones.
Ooh. Truly
Round
the two
note.
big things. All right, so Evelyn had a gun pointed at the thing that was just
Mauling
took a
my face.
chunk out of Kenny. She pulls the trigger. A loud shot goes off. This is a hunting rifle, so this thing is not quiet. And it embeds itself hardcore into this creature's somewhere. It's dark, but you can see it hit. And maybe this surprises you, Blake, because you were kind of like still
I gotta be near
recovering from that.
unconscious right now, right?
Huh?
I could be like near unconscious right now, right? I'm losing blood right now, aren't I?
No, you've only taken one harm. Or no,
I've
you've
taken
taken
two
you've
harm.
taken two harm. You're not near unconscious.
Oh.
Bleeding is unstable, which is what Kenny has. You're okay. You're not feeling well though. Upon taking that shot, she gets it right in the things somewhere. It's hard for any of you guys to tell where it hit, but that thing, whatever this creature is, it stumbles back, and it almost kind of looks at itself, and then produces this ear-splitting scream. There's no gurgling in this creature. It's nothing but rage and fear. And Blake, you feel particularly attuned with the way that your character is built. You feel like you can feel its fear and frustration of an unfinished job. That, like, God damn, they cut me off. And maybe that hurts a little bit to feel, and that's not something that you feel constantly, but it hurts your brain in a different way than the scream itself would hurt. And it doesn't
Feel
cause you
bad
any
for it?
harm. It doesn't cause you any harm or anything. But you can tell that this thing had an agenda. As unknowingly simple or complex as the agenda might be, it definitely had something, and it's mostly just pissed it didn't get it done. And upon sending this scream out, this other creature sends a quiet gurgle and a few clicks, and it backs off before jumping into one of the pools nearby and disappearing from sight. And you have now killed one of the creatures. It's dead. And the other one
Um,
has left.
It escaped.
It did. It definitely escaped. But Kenny, you are in bad shape. Blake, you are
Yeah.
hurting, but you are not necessarily in as bad of a shape as Kenny is. What's your guys' move?
I'm just gonna call. I'm just gonna ask for help. I'm gonna scream out to Neil and
Hey!
see if he'll come help me.
where's the boy?
Neil, please, I'm hurt.
You had an interaction with Neil. That was one of the questions I asked at the beginning.
I said, where's the boy?
Oh, where's the boy? Oh, yeah, the boy, during this situation, had been working his way over towards where Neil and Evelyn have been. The shot definitely kind of shook him a little bit, but it did not, the kid did not think that he was getting shot at, so he continues towards him, and he just kind of makes a beeline for Evelyn, and actually, he makes a beeline for Neil. Because Evelyn is currently still kind of holding a gun pointed at wherever that other creature just went to. It is, Avery, you can tell that this is not, that gun, after its first shot, is now no longer loaded. She has to she didn't cock the gun again. She just pointed it again into the other direction. So she is not very well versed in what the fuck just happened. And this kid is now clinging to you, Neil, as it grabs you kind of like by the shirt as it gets to you, and then he just kind of falls over. And with that, I'd assume you guys are going to try to find your way out of that situation. There's no other, or at the very least, there's nothing else going on here. But Kenny is in a bad situation. This kid's in a bad situation. What do you do here? Kenny is called for help as well.
Okay.
You don't have cell reception.
I'm still also wearing my tech watch.
Mm-hmm. You do not
Alright.
have service in this area. You're like just out of
Okay.
service range. You gotta
Okay,
at least
so maybe-
get back to the area.
Maybe
where you're proper.
I'm trying, and then once we get back out to the main road with my snowmobile, then we'll get some service and it'll connect.
The first thing that happened, as soon as you try to, start moving in that direction, Evelyn kind of drops her gun onto the like mud, and runs over and kind of puts her arm under yours and is like holding like the part of your throat that is kind of bleeding with like a piece of like ripped parka, and is like gesturing for everyone to start moving because like you guys got to get to a hospital.
Yeah. I'm good with that.
Blake,
I'm
Sam?
assuming I'm not driving.
No, I don't think you are.
I don't even know these people. I guess I did at the beginning.
But to be clear, you don't know these people terribly well. You're acquainted at the very least with two of them, but they just kind of saved your skin. Kenny definitely took a big hit to deal a lot of damage, and then Evelyn saved your ass, like fully by killing the other thing. And then after the first thing screamed, you heard a gurgle from your right and saw another creature like just behind you that backed away and ran into the fucking muck.
the muck.
It ran into one of the pools and just kind of dove in and did not resurface.
Okay. I tag along.
All right, all of you are heading back to Kenny's snowmobile. It is now like 8 o'clock, and the sun it's still dusk. It's dusk for a really long time out here. And it's really weird that it's dusk. But this situation has been a very it'll shake you the fuck up situation. Evelyn drives you guys steadily to the, or I guess, do any of the rest of you have any driving experience?
No.
No? Neil?
I think I have my driver's permit, but that's about it.
That's fair. She probably wouldn't trust you with it then.
Yeah.
Evelyn puts Kenny's character in the care of you two guys, kind of all crammed into like the second and third seat, as she is driving to Utqiagvik General Hospital.
Yeah.
As she's finally back on the main road and driving like at an probably double the speed limit in this area. She is in addition, oh shit. Wow, okay, I almost forgot. Y'all have the kid with you too, who's also you're dealing with. One of you's dealing with Avery and one of you's dealing with the kid. As you guys are driving out, she turns her head and says, "Now what in the fuck was that?" With like a very shaky breath.
Doggy.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know.
You guys hit the police blockade on the edge of town as she's trying to drive her way over to Utqiagvik. And the police, obviously try to stop the vehicle. And upon doing so, she, like, waves her arms out the window and like, points to the back. And the police officers kind of, do that stupid thing where they walk up with their, like, real slow with their, flashlights on, and they kind of point in the back, and she's like, "We gotta go! We found the kid!" And they're just like, yeah, let's see. Oh shit! And they hop in their car, and now they're also kind of helping beeline you to the hospital. Kenny, take another harm.
Take another
Ooh.
harm.
You are unstable.
Yeah. Okay, I'm at 4.
All right. You guys do get to the hospital, okay? Kenny, you are taken to the ICU. You are not doing well.
I'm
Luckily,
closer to dying than I am to living.
you are. The kid and Blake, you guys are kind of tended to, but you are doing for the most part okay. But after a good period of time, the doctor, somebody give me a last name.
Dr.
Jubilee.
Schmegulon.
Okay. Blake, what did you say?
Jubilee.
Slightly better than Schmebulon.
Hey, man.
I'll just do. You know what? I'll get a derivation of that. Dr. Jube.
You.
Dr. Jube walks up to you, Kenny, and the kid are kind of treated in the same room, or not. Actually, Kenny, the kid, and Blake are all treated in the same room. Neil, you and your caretaker are all both kind of outside in the like you're not a family, you can't come visit, but you can still remain close by type situation.
Probably answering some police questions.
Yes, potentially answering some police questions. While you two are together, I'll be with you, Neil. The police officer who you saw earlier, who was like, "Hey, don't seek this out," was like, "Now, son, what in the fuck happened?"
What in tarnation?
Evelyn tries to speak up, and he's like, "Hi, da, 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 da." Now, son, what in the fuck happened? I know I saw you earlier.
I know what you did.
Well, you know how you told me not to look out for that monster?
Yeah, I know how I told you not to go searching for that missing dog.
I know you're only doing that just to look out for my safety, but I ended up hearing a shriek once I got home later that day.
Son,
I
you ever
decided-
heard of a vigilante? Are you familiar with what a vigilante is?
This is me saying this in real life, no.
A vigilante is someone who thinks he's above the law, and someone who thinks he can deal out the law as he sees fit. Now, I need to know, where did you find this child?
He found the children?
So Avery, who's currently in the ICR unit right now,
The rest of them can't really be questioned right now, which is why they're kind of going in on you right now.
Oh, so they think I like did all this or whatever?
They don't know what the situation is, but the other three people are not good for questioning, and they saw you earlier. Like they saw, it's to be clear, it's the kid, it's a random girl, a random older woman, and two people that they saw on the bus. So with one of the two people being on the bus, being now in the hospital, and the other one being able to be questioned, you're the first person to be talked to by the police. And so they're kind of good cop, bad cop in you.
Oh man, this is way too much for 11:15.
We're almost done here, don't worry.
Let's see.
I choose to remain silent.
Yeah.
Is that what you're going to do?
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna remain silent. Yep.
I will assume in actual police interactions, and I'll say this for the audience, you should actually state the statement, I plead the fifth. Otherwise, they just take it as like you're just not being incompliant in general until you say I plead the fifth, and they're like, oh, constitutional. So they are if you're gonna say I plead the fifth, then they are. One of the police officers said, "Well, then, son, we're gonna need to take you back to the station." Your caretaker, as they go to kind of grab you by the shoulders, your caretaker steps up to say, like, "Hey, now what do you think you're doing? This boy," and they say, "Stop, ma'am, we're taking you too." And both of you are cordoned off by the police. In the meantime, Corey and Avery, you guys are both conscious with the kid. The kid is still not awake. He is he's fidgeting pretty hard in his sleeve. That kid must have gone through some shit. But you guys are, Kenny, you are now stable. For the time being, both of you guys recover one harm, and Kenny, you can unclick unstable.
I'm at 3 harm and stable currently.
Yep. So you will no longer be randomly gaining harm at my leisure. But you guys are now the 3 of you are in the same ICU unit after having been tended to by the doctors. Obviously, you guys will be. You don't know what happened to Neil, but you have a feeling that the police will be involved very shortly.
Yeah.
Is there any interaction you guys have? This was a very weird experience for you to join, and I think, aren't you Discord friends?
I think my first thing is going to be asking Corey if they're, like, okay, actually.
Say it.
Because, like, hey, you're Corey, right? I think I see your TikToks.
That's
Are
me.
you okay? I got a ridiculous gritty for when we get out of here.
Right? I hit my arm and it's blood, man. I was trying to get a kid out of there, dude. They
Damn.
slapped my leg and it fucking started bleeding, homie.
That's not pretty chill, actually.
Nah, dude, I was trying to film a fucking TikTok, dude. This shit came out of the fucking forest. Fucking slapped me in the leg like a fucking worm wrapped around my leg, dude. Fucking cut me up. Try to get that boy out of there. Dropped him like 3 times, dude. Couldn't get a TikTok out of it anyway. I just got this big video of walking through the forest.
He's got physically
Shit's
maimed.
Yeah. Just fucking whack.
Holy shit. I'm glad you're alright.
Yeah, how's your
Did
fucking
you
cut open neck?
did you hear something out there, or were you, like, searching for something else?
Bro, I literally just found a fucking Brett and he told me to come here even though I wanted him to come to me, and then I got pinned between this fucking him and a dog-like creature, and then all that shit happened. And then you came out and you got your fucking neck cut up like a fucking Dorcas, but now you're here. But then that one lady shot the gun and now we're good.
Crazy.
Crazy,
Ow.
dude.
Upon
That's fucking
all
wild.
of this being stated, Dr. Jube walks back into the room, kind of glancing at the charts. He looks at the 3 of you, you two, and the kid who's still kind of unconscious. He's like, well, on the bright side, none of you... hold on, I gotta come up with a voice for Dr. Jube. Well, on the bright side, none of you are gonna die, which is... I guess that is the bright side here, isn't it?
I wish I was dead, says Corey.
Well, some of that TikTok, isn't that? I'd imagine that's just something of your generation. He's kind of an older dude, so he's got kind of that.
So I said,
boomerish
you don't get
attitude.
it. You don't get it.
I'm certain I don't.
You see a TikTok?
No. Actually, wait. About what?
It's me.
No.
Oh.
Actually, have your TikToks uploaded?
I didn't edit anything. I was on my fucking camera app. I was recording a long video.
How much of that was recorded?
Right after I picked up the boy.
All right. That is good to
until I
know.
picked up the boy.
Make sure to write that down somewhere so that I remember to.
Right.
Uh,
Do you want
all
to
right.
make
With
a TikTok?
that, the doctor says, "Well, y'all are looking pretty good. We'll probably have you out by tomorrow, but I do have some bad news, and it looks like you guys are the biggest concern as to why this kid has gone missing. Luckily, we found him, but you will unfortunately be taken in by the sheriff's department upon your release.
You got his leg shattered by a alien. I'm telling you. His leg got
Blake, I'm
blistered
gonna
by
have
an
you roll manipulate someone.
alien.
So roll plus charm.
I have -1 charm.
Yep. So do roll 2d6 minus 1.
I'll roll a 12.
I roll a 13. Fucking 3.
Ouchies.
Wow.
Did I die? Does the doctor grant me my
the
death? I wish it
doctor-
died.
Looks very concerned at you right now. And actually makes a couple of notes into his patences. Well, that might be the case, but we will
Look at his
deal with
leg.
that on your way out. Yes,
Look
yeah,
at
that
his
is
leg.
absolutely a lot of damage on the leg.
That's done from a worm tentacle.
He
That is worm tentacle damage. I have it on my arm too. It's the exact same. Look.
He actually you don't necessarily see it, but he does actually press a button that is over behind one of the desks, and continues to talk to you guys like, yep, there's definitely a tentacle thing going on. And after
I pull out my phone and start recording.
you don't know anything's happening. But they also took your phone upon you coming in here. You were not doing super well, and upon you finalize, or upon a few minutes of him kind of entertaining it, a few people, 2 nurses come in, and they are now trying to anesthetize you
I
because
should get that shit out of my fucking arm, dude. I just saw an alien whip and hit my leg and my arm, and I'm bleeding.
I'm gonna let that 4 run, and they are going to inject you here. And it is going to knock you out. So you are gonna go unconscious here.
Can I roll to fight through it like David Blaine? Who's the fuck?
You are the spooky Blake.
Oh, it's Steve-O. That's Steve-O did. Like.
Fighting the fucking.
Gotta roll to do that. I don't want to get knocked
Are you
out.
wanting?
I want them to listen.
Are you?
I
wanting,
want them to listen to me.
Are you wanting to? Okay. Are you fighting this unknowingly with your ability?
No, I'm just trying to do it. I'm not falling asleep. Fuck you.
I think I'm gonna let the manipulate person. You know what? I'm gonna have you. No, I gotta let it ride. For as much as you fight them, that 3 that you rolled is too fucking horrible. And they are able to inject you, and it is unfortunately too much for your 19-year-old Sour Patch Kid diet body.
See, this is lame.
That's the last things you say before you pass out. Avery, you have seen this entire interaction, and this has maybe educated you on how things are going to need to go in the future, but this situation is messy, and as the doctor, as they wheel out Corey, Dr. Jube turns to you and says, well, that was very concerning behavior. I certainly hope that was some form of hallucination induced, but have you had any strange sightings tonight, son? Be truthful with me. What happened here?
Officer, I gotta tell you. The thing that hurt me wasn't normal.
That may be the case.
Its entire head unfolded and grabbed me around my neck. I don't know how to explain it, but whatever's going on here, whatever happened to that kid, it's not natural. We drove right by you. less than an hour before we came zooming back.
This is
With the
a doctor you're talking to, by the way. This is the doctor.
Oh,
His
I'm
This isn't
degree.
the
I'm
police.
sorry. I
You're dealing with
misheard. I thought.
doctors and nurse personnel. The doctor has been
Okay.
he
Well,
called the
it
nurses in
doesn't.
to sedate Blake.
It doesn't really change what I was saying. It's just now I'm talking to a doctor.
No, that's fair. Go ahead and you
I'm
roll
worried, Doc.
manipulate someone with +1 to whatever it would have normally been.
Rolled
We'll
2d6
call this
charm.
yeah. And your charm is 2d6.
1.
Your charm is already +1, so do +2.
That's a 10, baby. That passes.
Tenorino.
That's a 10.
Tenorino.
All right. You can. Whatever button he pressed before, he presses it again. And a few more nurses come in, and they also inject you. But as you begin to pass out, they say maybe there's some form of toxin that has infected the two of them that caused them to see these strange things. So
A
you
worm
can.
like pasta.
I will say that the pass off here is that you have convinced this doctor that it is not an expressly Corey situation that brought about this strange story. Corey is not a danger to everyone because of something inherent to Corey. It's at the very least something related to the situation. You've it's not Corey's crazy and saw weird things. It's something strange happened that caused them both to see something weird.
Understood.
So it is a better situation. You've put Corey in a better situation than she was before, but you've also put yourself in that still crummy situation. And with that, with Neil being taken down to the police station and you two being taken into some unknown medical treatment, we will call that a session for today.
Oh boy,
Beautiful.
my brain's fried.
Yeah.
So let me. I'm gonna cancel my stream here. Even a worm will turn. Goodbye.